Good afternoon. We welcome you all to this international conference on Advanced Research in Social Sciences, Humanities and Education 2020 for today and tomorrow, organized by Red Talks International, India. Hope you are all doing good. Thank you for your time and joining into this conference. International Conference on Advanced Research in Social Sciences, Humanities and Education 2020 has been planned to bring scholars of interdisciplinary nature to witness what's happening in the other disciplines of interdisciplinary nature, and also to expand, to advance, to do research that combines the interdisciplinary disciplines and also carry on research that connects people and society. Today, we have eminent speakers to speak to us, to add value to our knowledge and also our research thoughts and our work. Today, we have Dr. Suresh Frederick from Bishop Heber College, Tiruchirappalli, a long associate of IMRF and Red Talks, an expertised professional who has delivered talks in various countries, has accepted our request and joined us. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. We have in our midst an eminent faculty, Dr. Ratnakar, Director, Research and Consultant, Lajapak University, Thailand. A multidisciplinary fashion professor who have delivered talks in many Asian countries and also the American countries. Sir, thank you for joining us, and I hope today these two speakers will add the best value to our education and also knowledge. And we have tomorrow Dr. Payal Chandel from Department of Psychology, Chandigarh University, Chandigarh, and Dr. Vivekananda Chakraborty, National Awardee Headmaster from Kolkata. They will be speaking to us tomorrow, and I also extend my note of thanks to the speakers who are going to speak to us tomorrow. Though we have a high volume of demand to take part to this conference, the online series we are planning with a small number, that there is a fruitful discussion. Today we have 10 to 12 papers for presentation, and similarly tomorrow also we have 10 to 12 papers for presentation. And I thank each and every delegate for keeping your trust in IMRF and Red Talks and investing your work into this conference and to be part of this academic gathering. I'll be back again during the discussion and the interaction time, and further anything that to inform to you, me or my team would add in the intervals. And before our today's guest of honor, Dr. Ratnakar speaks, Once again, I extend deepest gratitudes to everyone who are taking part into this conference and also for the hands who have helped for making this conference coming to this tune to happen for these 2 days. Once again, I request you all to stay safe. Nothing should stop us from academic advancement. And that's how today we are here to be active and to learn and to impart the best of the knowledge that we are carrying to our colleagues this afternoon. Thank you all, and I'll be meeting you again in due time. Thank you all. Now we request Dr. Anakon Toprayon, Director Research and Consultancy, Lajapak Institute, Bangkok, Thailand, to speak to the audience. Today's guest of honor. Thank you, sir.
Hello, dear participants of the academic conference. I am Assistant Professor Dr. Yanakon Topayun from the Associate of Researcher of Thailand. Welcome to each and every one of you. Congrats for the PTGS International Conference on the International Conference Advanced Research in Social Science, Humanities and Education 2020 on November this day 20 to 21 with IMRF Institute of the Higher Education and Research India. We all know that on academic conference is a symposium for innovative academicians and imaginative researchers to give academic an opportunity to present their academic works, concepts and new discoveries, and exchange their idea and develop their works, and also to share idea in presenting for development in the new research and topic and so forth together with academics or scientific journal conference. Passbri provides a central channel for exchange of information among earnest researchers. IMRF with its academic chapter in many countries since inception have great academic research and social providers to promote the spirit of value and orientations in multidisciplinary research functions of education by working out in the dexterities required by the integrity of the sophisticated social world order duly transmitting content correlates with the scientific bent of my forming socializations process in respect of the reformation in the attitude to confer a reserved status for the religions being called mean on this civilized planet. Of course, from the shore of social science, humanities, and education, we secondly hope that this event will benefit all the participants. Thank you so much. Namaste.
We have in our midst Dr. Suresh Frederick, Dean Research and Development, Associate Professor, and UG Head, Department of English, Bishop Hebbar College, Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli, India. Sir, we are privileged to have you in our midst. Dr. Suresh Frederick has been conferred with honorary DLit by IICM Florida, USA. He has 30 years of teaching experience at the territory level. He has published 114 articles and edited 12 books. He has presented papers in many foreign countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Portugal, and Ireland. To his credit, he has successfully guided 85 MPhil and 27 PhD candidates. He has been awarded Editor's Choice Award for his critical writing by the Home of Letters India in 2010, Best Research Paper Award for Literature in 2015, Lifetime Achievement Award in 2018, and Best Researcher Award by Bishop Heber College in 2020. Sir, we are once again happy and privileged to have you in our midst. We request you to kindly speak to our audience. Thank you for accepting our short notice request and joining us to deliver this key talk. Thank you very much, sir.
Respected chairperson, learned participants, I'm really happy to be part of this international conference. First of all, I wish to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be part of this international conference. I'm Dr. Suresh Frederick, Dean of Research and Development, Bishop Heber College, Trichy, India. My topic is the role of narrow reading in acquiring English language. I'm an English teacher, so I thought of introducing a technique or a method of reading that's called narrow reading. This is promoted by Stephen Krashan. So made use of Stephen Krashan's theory of second language acquisition. In this theory, Stephen Krashan distinguishes language acquisition and language learning. So what is this acquisition? Acquisition is a subconscious process where you find meaningful communication taking place. This is done automatically. And this is also exemplified by students' use of language. So use is also included in acquisition. And there is also natural interaction. And here the speaker is not worried about accuracy. And second one is learning, where learning is a conscious process. So these people are conscious of grammar, structure of a language. So also you find there is a kind of a limited meaning or usefulness when you learn. And far less important than acquisition and separated from it. So these people do not believe in acquisition. So now Stephen Krashan juxtaposes acquisition and learning. Which one is more important? So in this presentation, in this talk, I wish to talk about acquisition of language. How acquisition of language plays a very important role in language learning or language speaking, language writing, like that. You can look at this image where you find acquisition and learning distinction. So Krashan offers terms like implicit learning, informal learning, and natural learning. So if you look at these two, you understand that it is easy for a young learner to acquire language better than an adult. Acquisition of language is essential to the acquisition of any language, acquisition of vocabulary, because vocabulary is the basic unit to be mastered. You need to understand that memorizing words is a method pursued time immemorial. I still remember when I was doing my 8th standard, my English teacher said you need to memorize words from dictionary. So we used to memorize words, but I do not remember them. But if you make use of comprehensible input, so you'll be able to recollect them and use them. For this, we have solid theoretical base. It has been hypothesized that experiencing comprehensible input in second language results in vocabulary development. There are many studies starting from Carey in 1978, and it goes up to 2004. Still, people are doing it. Even one of my wards has submitted his thesis using this theory or vocabulary acquisition. And here, Krishnan is talking about using short stories. But in this presentation, I made use of poetry. We need to understand that it is easy or easier to read a short story than poem. So it is a bit difficult, but we have, as a kind of what should I say? That's a kind of improvement. I just want to say I wish to introduce poems here. Second one is the comprehensible hypothesis. Tells us, it is again from Krishnan 2003, that one acquires vocabulary when one receives comprehensible input in a low anxiety situation. So when will we get low anxiety situation? So Stephen Krishnan says that when you read short stories. So like that, how we are going to do that? You can also read plays, novels like that, but only thing is you should have interest in that. Again, what about reading? Reading is an essential part of the learning process of any language. And reading is an activity with a purpose. So when you read, you find you are able to acquire, you are able to learn all these things. You need to understand. There are many methods, and one method is alone or in a guided situation. The reading exercise becomes pleasurable provided the text chosen is fascinating and is comprehensible to the reader. So this is very, very important, comprehensible. You should understand the story. Then only you will go on and read and finish the story. So a lot of strategies used, and it varies from person to person. And I quote, a reading strategy is an action or series of actions that is employed in order to construct meaning, unquote. It's from Gardner, 1987. And also, other one is reading strategies are, I quote, purposeful means of comprehending the author's message, unquote. This is from 1977. So like this, you have a lot of quotations, how there are a lot of strategies that are there. We'll move on to Stephen Krashan's theory, the comprehensible input hypothesis input theory. The comprehensible hypothesis, this was proposed in the year 2003, informs that one acquires language. Here we are talking about vocabulary, and of course vocabulary engenders language when one receives a comprehensible input in a low anxiety situation. Thus, acquisition happens when a learner receives oral and written comprehensible inputs. It has been thought for long that vocabulary acquisition happens when learners memorize words from dictionary. That's what I told you in the beginning itself. The hypothesis claims that if the current level of understanding of a learner is I, then he or she can move to I plus 1 input to faster acquisition. Here, the learners previously acquired linguistic competence will help them move from the current level I to the next level I plus 1. The theory further explains that language acquisition is involuntary. You need to underline this, involuntary, as the process of acquisition is subconscious. Other one is subconscious. The acquirer does not know if he or she acquires language while obtaining the input. Since vocabulary learning is a part of language acquisition, the learners acquire language in a similar way. So now you need to understand that Krishnan is trying to say that L1 is equal to L2. So we don't study grammar. In the mother tongue, we don't study grammar. But when it comes to English, why should we study grammar? That is the question raised by Stephen Krashan. So he says L1 is equal to L2. Other one is a narrow reading. This is the techniques he is offering. The case for narrow reading, it's by Stephen Krashan. He says, I quote, it may be that narrow input is much more efficient for second language acquisition. It may be much better if second language acquirers specialize early rather than late. 2 points he's mentioning. One is you need to go for narrow input, narrow reading input. Other one is it's earlier the better. Okay, so narrow reading helps acquire both vocabulary and structure. In the beginning, I told you we need to study vocabulary first and then go for the structures. And here we are going to make use of a poem. This is a study. I've done this and it's for you. There are 15 words: splinter, strike, quarry, loiter, stripling, desire, shock, rumble, beneath, heap, dread, sped, fling, blurt, witless. So these are the 15 words I've chosen. And we have chosen 50 undergraduate students from my own college, Bishop Iba College, and all the subjects were all art students. Okay, and they are between 15 and 16 years. And their belief, they should learn words in isolation for the development of vocabulary. So they do not know this method. Okay, they can acquire vocabulary incidentally while experiencing language by reading and listening. But they are willing to learn, not aware of the comprehensible hypothesis. So this is a poem. It's a poem written by W. W. Gibbon. The Stone is the title of the poem. And will you cut a stone for him to set above his head? And will you cut a stone for him? A stone for him, she said. 3 days before, a splintered rock had struck her lover dead. Had struck him in the quarry dead, where careless of the warning call, he loitered while the shot was fired. A lively stripling, brave and tall, and sure of all his heart desired, a flash, a shock, the rumbling fall, and broken beneath the broken rock, a lifeless heap with face of clay, and still as anyone he lay, any stone he lay, with eyes that saw the end of all. Beautiful poem. So that's also another stanza. So I told you about this. These are the target words. This poem is about how shall I say, a girl, young girl. She is engaged, and she wants the wood. She wants us to go back to the poem. And will you cut a stone for him? So that's a story behind this poem. This boy who is engaged to this girl is no more because she unwittingly walked into this quarry. And that's a story. What I'm trying to say is, if you are able to bring in a story, then the students will enjoy it. Okay, these are the words, and there are 50. There is also another group. This is experimental group, and you have the comparative comparison group. So there are 15 words given, and they are taught, and they are asked to write the test. And for another group, you have 50 words. Okay, they are taught 50 words, and they were asked to recollect 15 words. So this is what they did. Both the groups did the same thing. Once again, I wish to tell you the procedure. There is a pre-test. The pre-test, all these 15 words were given. And after that, for the experimental group, one thing is given, that is the poem is given to them. They were asked to read the poem first. The poem was taught to them, and they were exposed to the poem many times. Okay. Whereas the other group is given only the words. They studied only the words. What kind of result you get? So for the experimental group, the pre-test scores, mean is 2.16 and standard deviation is 1.05. And comparison group, you have a mean is 2.8 and standard deviation is 1.02. See the post-test scores and go to the delayed post-test. So pre-test is given, then after the poem is taught for one group, for the other group it is the words are taught, post-test is given, but after a few months, delayed post-test. Only here we are able to understand the difference. Okay, only when you go for the post-test, you'll be able to understand how far you are able to get better scoring. So for this, I wish to also give one more poem. This is a Midsummer Noon in the Australian Forest by Charles Harper. And here also same thing happens. 50 students were chosen, and all of them are arts students. But here we are going to teach them science vocabulary. Okay, there are 15 words chosen: insects, thorax, grasshopper, locust, grub, wasp, hornet, larva, drone, beetle, humming, droning, herbivorous, carnivorous, omnivorous. So this is again another poem. Not a bird disturb the air. There is quiet everywhere. Over the plains and over the woods, what a mighty stillness broods. Even the grasshopper keep where the coolest shadows sleep. Even the busy ants are found resting in the pebbled mound. Even the locust clingeth now in silence, the barky bough. And over hills and over plains, quiet, vast, slumberous rain. And I do not want to go into this whole poem. First of all, we are going to introduce this term insect. We will go through this maybe terms like insect. Then you have the thorax, and you have herbivorous. So basically, if you show them the pictures, grasshopper, they'll be able to easily remember what is herbivores. So these are the examples you can give. I've taken all these examples from net. So panda, rabbit, the grasshopper, like that. Then carnivores, and you can explain to them in detail. And also you can give some maybe examples. The proverbial king of beasts. The lion has been one of the best known wild animals in the earliest times. Like that, you can speak to them. And you can give examples like bull shark, Nile crocodile, Gila monster, piranha, like that. And you go to omnivores and give examples like this. And you have the pig, raccoon, human, and bear. So these are the examples you can give. Apart from that, when you go into this poem, you can also teach larva. Larva is called grubs. So like that, you can go one by one, and you can also talk about this. Again, locust is also referred in the poem. You can you make use of it, and also the sound you can teach them, because the poem refers to a drowny humming. So you can also talk about humming, buzzing, like that. One by one, you can teach. So the hornet is also part of this poem. So what is a hornet, and what kind of maybe insect is wasp, like that? You can go on, and you can also tell the difference between wasp and hornet. And also there is also one reference to beetle, so you can also talk about beetle, and also you can talk about car beetle, like that. You can also deviate so that they'll be enjoying the poem. And these are different kinds of beetles, you can tell them. and also drone flight is also made use of. So can you also talk about drone flight? So same thing happens here. I've taught them in the experimental group, maybe for that 15 words. No, they were taught the whole poem. Okay, and again, I wish to tell you that there was a pre-test for the experimental group, and they were asked to write the 15, like that previous test we were conducting, and post-test was conducted. In the pre-test, these people got 2.96 mean, and whereas post-test you find the 13.56. After a few months, they were able to recollect. They were able to. The mean was 11. Whereas the comparison group, they were taught only the words. The words were taught in isolation. So the mean was 2.98. Similar. Okay, if you look at the experimental group, it is 2.96, and comparison 2.98. Not much of a difference. But when they are taught through this method for experimental method, that is the 13.56. When but there are many other results, even sometimes you can also get equal results for comparison also for post test. But the real thing matters only when you go for delayed post test. So the mean is 11, and for the comparison group, it is only 5. Many people got 15 out of 15, but at the end they were not able to recollect the words or unable to write sentences. So this is the discussion. Narrow reading helps the subjects to understand the meaning of the scientific words used in the story or in the poem. Here it is both scientific words as well as ordinary vocabulary. The students did not know that they read and listened to the story to enhance vocabulary knowledge, as they focused only on meaning. So they were not just maybe giving importance to the words, they were just giving importance to the story part of it. That is why they were able to acquire the language. The study is consistent with the comprehension, that is input hypothesis, that language learning learners subconsciously acquire grammar, syntax, vocabulary, and spelling while they experience the oral and written input in the language. So I told you they were given oral input, written input. So they were asked to study a poem. They read the poem, and also they were, a teacher even explained that poem, so they were able to understand. But when it comes to Krishnan, he says it is free reading. No need for a teacher to come and teach. He or she can read on her own or on his own. So, but this is a bit different kind of experiment I did, and I've chosen mid summer noon in the Australian forest and the stone by Gibbon. So both, so we're able to understand that these people, these students were able to acquire language, and they were able to retain the language, retain the vocabulary, so that they can use it later. So this is a very beautiful maybe theory proposed by Stephen Krashan. I request the teachers to make use of this theory. Once again, I wish to thank all the listeners, especially the organizers, for giving me this beautiful opportunity. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. We request you to stay back for the discussion after our special speaker, Dr. Anakon Toprayon. Thank you, sir. Now we have in our midst Dr. Anakon Toprayon, Director Research and Consultancy, Rajapak Institute, Bangkok, Thailand. Thank you, Professor, for being with us, accepting our invitation in short notice, and we are very happy that out of your busy schedule you have joined in our conference from Thailand. Dr. Anakon Thoprayan, currently Director of Research and Consulting for Development of Rajapak Institute, former editor of Rajapak, Journal Human and Social Sciences TCA Group 2. He is an editor of the Journal of Researchers Association of Thailand, Human and Social Sciences TCA Group 2. He is editor-in-chief, Journal of Management Arts, Thampawat Foundation, Human and Social Sciences TCI Group 2. Editor-in-chief of Journal of Interdisciplinary Journal, Humanities and Social Sciences, Human and Social Sciences, Royal Father Yai Association. And he is the person responsible for the Master of Arts Program, Department of Management, Arts, King Science, Rajapak Institute. Instructor for creating a new generation of researchers, Office of the National Research Council of Thailand, Researchers Association of Thailand. He is the chairperson of the Training Subcommittee, Researchers Association of Thailand, Vice President, Executive Council of Forum for Advanced Training in Education and Research Academy of India, Chairman of the Subcommittee, Human Research Ethics Researchers Association of Thailand, Director and Secretary, Mini MBA in Cannabis Business, CBM Researchers Association of Thailand. And he holds many executive positions in the university and among the research organizations. And he is an honorary professor of Management and Public Administration of IMRF Institute of Higher Education and Research, Thailand chapter. Once again, we thank you, Dr. Ratnakar, for joining with us. Kindly speak to our audience.
Namaste, everyone. Today, I feel really happy to the speech, some the titles for everyone. Give me a moment for the show you for the topics today. Okay. I hope everyone can see my presentations. Okay. I not to have time for make the more time for the speech today. Sorry for the something wrong with the time. Okay. Today, my topic, artificial intelligence application for researcher. The artificial intelligence, everybody know, is a AI. We call the AI. I now work in the Association of Researchers of Thailand. Thank you for the Professor Ratnakar give me the good experience and the speech today. Okay, the introductions, this my topics, AI application for the researcher. I want to show you the introduction with the what's going on in the Thailand now. The Thailand now, when we talk about the researcher, we have the rankings 29 levels competitiveness of the Thailand from the year 20,000 by IMD rankings. What's going on now? The Thailand have the 78%, I mean 72% statistic of the investment in the research and development in the private sector to the government sector in 2018. And then the Thailand have the 1.11% of the GDP national investment in the research and development in year 2018 too. The last one, number of 24.0 people year, the number of the research and development personnel of the country per 10 population in 2018. Did the person show this population number 24 points people per year per 10,000 population? Okay, and then I have to show the infographic with the national investment in the research and development on GDP on 2018 year. Show the budget for the R&D and GDP on the 2017. You can see in the infographic show you 2,560, I mean the Buddhist year, okay? The Thailand, we pay the money, pay the budget 1%, 155,000 million, 143 million baht. And the next year and 2-4 years more, we put 1.5%, have the 729 million baht to 3 years for the support, make the R&D to put for the researcher. And then the number of research and development percent of the country per 10,000 population in 2018 year. We have in 2017 21 per 10,000 populations, and we hopefully on 2022 2021 year, I mean the next year, now 2020, right? Next 2021, we would like to 25 people per 10,000 populations. Okay, this now what's going on in the Thailand for the researcher. Now we plan to make the more the researcher to the next year. Okay, the down in the infographic show the percent by the government 38%. Is a total 52,301 people, and the right hand show the from private have the 86,343 people. The data from by 18. Okay. And then I have to show you for the, I have to show you for the some research we find the difference for the researcher in the Thailand. Okay. In the title for the research, for find the researcher in the Thailand, the title factor influencing research authorization by the Thai governmental agency by Professor Pakapon Tipakon, them from Thammasat University. The article find this the report have the result from the study of the factor influencing the authorization of the research knowledge by Thai governmentals agency. The researcher had drafted the questionnaire based on the relevant literature. Reviews the draft questionnaire were tested with the 30 sample government officials. With the questionnaire were sent by the postal mail to 3,529 sample government agency with a cover letter requesting the senior management official or a person is assigned by the senior management official to fill in the questionnaire. The sample governmentals agency were derived from the static file sibling process with the governmental agency divisions into 5 groups, including centralized governmental agency, provincial government agency, local government, state-owned enterprise, and public organization. This paper finds the result from the OLS, ordinary least square regression. The results show that factor explain the increase in research authorization by governments. Regency include 1. The interactions between governmental agency and the research community. And second, the effort made by researcher/research organization disseminate research result for policy authorization. And third, the need of research knowledge by governmental agency. It is also found that type of the research, reputations of the researcher, research organization, and governmental agency. Capacity to absorb research knowledge are less significant for the research authorization. The article highlights as a policy implications the importance of establishing linkage mechanisms that can facilitate the intersections between research organizations, university, public and private research agency, and government agency, and can be served and can do it to bring research into policy and practice at the national, regional and local level. The title that show what's going on for the government do with the researcher. You see, if I had what imported, what influence connect to the researcher. And I have once research to what's going on, the AI connect to the researcher. Now researcher how can use example to the AI for the ED I mean educations, AI education. Okay. I find this a lot of the research on the AI ED had been done to date, although we have theory and implement systems, some of which are used in practice, still need promising directions to which effort should be devoted in enable further progress of the AIED research. This paper have the discuss long-term perspective of the AIED research, aiming at giving a clear view of what we need for the further promoting the research and for enjoying the bright prosperity of the AI educations communities. The main topic here is how to engineer knowledge in the International English Second Language, I mean IES. To do this, we analyze intelligence system and show one of the essential properties common to exciting intelligence system is declarative representations of what the system knows. On the basis of this observation, we discuss the importance of ontology engineering, which is an innovative research area in the artificial intelligence. Ontology plays several roles critical to overcoming the drawback which the current IES, I mean International English Second Language, have. One is make system smart and reflexible. Second is applicate the conceptualizations on which the system is based. Third, it contributes to standardization of vocabulary. Fourth, it enables them to be restored and hence to communicate with humans. 5. It makes knowledge reachable and so forth. In this paper, we discuss how ontology contribute to International English Second Language research in the general and exemplify how it makes authoring system smarter. It's all I show you for the what's going on now with the Thailand, how the researcher can use the AI. You know, a lot the technology applied to the AI. Some, I would like to show you example, the Google. Usually the Thai call Professor Google. The Google very smart, and Google have some, very how I can say, to the some is like a spy, follow you everywhere when you log in, when you sync with the Googles. The Google smart for know and understand what you need, what you do, what you want. Okay. Today, not too much time for the speech. And today in the Thailand, the time 12, 1 o'clock a.m. now. Thank you for participating. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Ratnakar. Hopefully, the next time we can join in again. Thank you so much.
We have in our midst Dr. Mekhala Rajan, Associate Professor, Madras Christian College, East Tamram, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, to present her paper. Madam, kindly please.
Good afternoon. My paper Home by Toni Morrison and Today's Pandemic is a common problem that is shared by all of us. And today all of us are wondering how to really cope with the situation. And this is something which had been on the mind of many people, many writers, and they have in fact tried to help humanity with a humanistic touch, but it hasn't really reached across the world. And therefore, I thought I should kind of reiterate this idea, which can help us deal with the problems. Now, Toni Morrison, when she started writing, had this concern, which was disturbing her for nearly 20 odd years. And it literally haunted her. Whose house is this? Sometimes this is a question that is asked by many of us coming into our homes and then wondering whose house, because we would find that we are strangers in our own homes. So the irony in this particular novella is that home is actually close to homelessness. And frank money, where the name is suggestive of money, in fact does not really help him procure much, but then he is penniless. And the allegory here is alienation, where all find that they are alienated. And in this particular context of the novella, it is after they get back from the war. And in the present condition, it is the pandemic that has really turned many homeless. Therefore, my major concerns are humanistic, the idea of security, the need for the family bonding, selflessness, and trust. The theories that are linked here are the post-colonial and the trauma theory, and the need of the hour is truly altruism, which is a kind of selfless help which will be rendered to the people around. All these can be set to motion only when there is this divine help and clarity with which we can really function. Many of us, when in trouble, may forget this help that is vital for life and the clarity with which we should actually move forward. Now, the loss today is kind of equated with the loss that we do find in the novella. Frank Money gambled and he lost. He wandered. He was hospitalized. And he wasn't really happy about it. He wanted to run away from the hospital. They felt he was a little deranged. So he lacks recognition there. and there is a shot of morphine that is given, and he tries to fight and get away from that particular place. So there is a kind of suffocating indifference which he experienced, and death plague his dreams. And if we think about today's situation, uh, it's almost the same in most of the uh, media and the news that we receive. It's about, so many thousands are dead, so many thousands are serious, and so on. Now, apart from this, in the novel, we find that the grandparents aren't really helpful. They are cruel, they are very selfish, and the children are here treated as strangers. So all these also amounts to the loss that is discussed. So this gets intensified where we find death and disease, which kind of dominate. And as very young children, they see a man who's murdered and shoved into a pit. Frank Money and his younger sister see, they see this, and their parents die, one of lung disease and the other of stroke. Frank starts hallucinating, and he feels that he's colorblind, and the entire world is kind of black and white, and so on. He finds all sort of unhappy incidents as he moves. Passengers are beaten, people are shot, and a doctor who is interested in eugenics, he manipulates human beings, and he enjoys experimenting on them. He's not really bothered about the after effects. And Frank's sister C falls a prey to this. So these are the major problems that existed. Carnage in Korea, horror threads through, they are frantic with fear. Frank loses a job, and naturally, the girlfriend is not too happy with what's happening to Frank, and she leaves. So this drives him to such a dire, terrible state that he's very close to losing his mind. And now today's trauma is because of the pandemic, the lockdown, the fear, the space, distancing, the mask, that masks are real self, and so on. People are panic stricken, all experiments done to find out the cause, it's futile. We are worried about the virus, and there are lots of disappointments. People lose the job, and they all think about death. Now, for Frank Money, rescuing his sister would be a good task. And for him, that would really encourage him. It will be like rescuing himself. So one has to work with grace when under pressure. So spiritual impoverishment is the main cause of alienation. And we find all the post-colonial aspects existing, and that can be identified right from hegemony, hybridization, class, color, conflicts, exploitation, and the feeling, where the negativity is never negated, and empowerment is actually negative too. Now, this can be redressed by the following: goodwill, dissolving differences, where we transcend and triumph, we discard negativity, encourage positivity. Now, in this particular novella, the post-colonial concepts are fused, so also in real life. And trauma theory pulsates with energy because people do feel traumatic, and it branches out into all these because when we try to analyze life, we find that everywhere we can see this trauma taking different forms and different shapes and reacting in strange ways. The turncoat approach can rectify and redeem situations. Turncoat is you turn the other way and decide that certain things should not happen. And these are the things which we need to really recognize and block. One is commodification of human beings to be blocked. Commercialization using helpless situations. We hear about hospitals and the way they charge during this pandemic. Psychological aberrations caused by the family. So the people don't know what to do. They take it out on others. And this has to be recognized and checked. Selfless love and joy must liberate, and that has to rejuvenate lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. Madhumita Basu, Assistant Professor in English, Victoria Institution College, Kolkata, West Bengal, India, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Hello, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Ratnakar Ji Bala for giving me an opportunity to be part of this conference. It is indeed a privilege. The title of my paper today is Resisting Repression, a study of Burma's Karukku. Now, we all know that for centuries, caste has dictated almost every aspect of the Indian society. And the Dalit community is a result of the continuous victimization which they have been subjected to by upper caste people. And, Dalit women are victims of double marginalization because they are subjugated both by patriarchal as well as caste hierarchies. Now, my paper today, will focus on Burma's autobiographical text, Karukku, which in a way, exposes the kind of humiliations and subjugations which the Dalit community and particularly Dalit women, face in Indian society. Now, as we all know that Burma is a celebrated Dalit woman writer in Tamil, whose works have been translated into English, French, and several other regional languages. Now, born as Faustina Mary Fatima Rani, she assumed the pen name Burma. Now, Burma, belonged to the Paraya community. In Tamil Nadu, the Paraya community signifies a community of Dalits who have been converted to Christianity. Now, they are dehumanized by the dominant caste and constantly exposed to stigma and defilement. So in this particular text, Burma not only records her individual frustrations and predicament as a Dalit Christian woman who was bound to suffer humiliation and rejection at every step of her life, but she also, authentically testifies to the collective experiences of an entire subaltern community of India. Now, we are all familiar with Sharmila Rege's, critical works. So in her seminal work, Writing Caste, Writing Gender, Reading Dalit Women's Testimonies, Rege writes that Dalit literature is simultaneously a literature of anguish, waiting and sorrow, and a historical necessity in promoting human freedom. Now, they are, as Rege opines, I quote, one of the most direct and accessible ways in which the silence and misrepresentation of Dalits have been countered, unquote. Now, Burma's autobiographical text reveals the humiliation she faced as a Dalit woman and how, she had to struggle against crushing poverty, caste discrimination, exclusion, humiliation, resentment, and indifference in the educational institutions. So Burma narrates that the process of Dalit subjugation, starts from school, which is supposed to be the place for Dalit upliftment. So at school, the caste hierarchies are constantly reiterated. Whenever, something happens, the teachers and the priests, they blame the pariah children and say, I quote from the text, it must be one of the Cherry children who did it. Now, Cherry here is a Tamil word for a separate Dalit settlement outside the village. The church, also distances itself from the untouchables. And I quote again from Burma's text, despite the fact that the majority of children are from Pallar and Paraya caste, the priests had built the school in upper caste Nada Street, where the church and the priest's house are also located, unquote. Now, what Bama does, is she speaks of the humiliation she experienced in high school. That is, being a Dalit, she was always, poorer than most of her classmates. And when Bama was in her seventh standard, she was wrongfully accused of having stolen a coconut from the tree which stood in the school compound. Obama remembers that the headmaster of her school insulted her in the assembly, and the headmaster called out her name. And I quote from the text: "You have shown us your true nature as a pariah," he said. "You climbed the coconut tree yesterday after everybody else had gone home, and you stole a coconut. We cannot allow you inside the school. Stand outside." Unquote. So the harsh expulsion of the girl student by the upper caste headmaster exposes the systemic, pervasive hostility towards Dalits that have been integrated into the social fabric and the cultural ethos. Now, Bama also, describes how Dalit students are often singled out and humiliated not only at school but also in college. And, she describes her college days. I quote from the text: "I had thought that at such a big college, at such a distance away, among so many different students, nobody would bother about such things as caste. But even there, they did certainly consider caste differences. It struck me that I would not get rid of this caste business easily, whatever I studied, wherever I went." Unquote. So, Bama's narrative reveals that the process of Dalit subjugation starts from school, which ironically is supposed to be the place for emancipation and enlightenment. So Bama intentionally, chooses the title Karukku. The word Karukku in Tamil refers to Palmyra leaves, that are serrated and double-edged and inflict wounds and pain. Though the word Karukku, does not appear in the narrative, it nevertheless inhabits in it as a presence, symbolizing pain and suffering, victimhood, and also agency, because Karukku can be seen as a weapon as well. So the title, very powerfully articulates both victimization as well as resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. Pinky Sagoselem, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Don Bosco College, Kohima, Nagaland, India, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Red Talk, for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. The title of my paper is Place of Women Talk in Androcentric Society. In a patriarchal society, women are considered the weaker gender. Everything about women are considered not so important. Men are considered superior to women. In a family too, men are considered the head of the family. Once the woman get married, she is identified under her husband's name. The children too carry the surname of the father. When a child is taken to hospital for medical help, only the name of the father is there in the form. The one who has struggled and gave birth was not considered important when identifying with the child. The androcentric society did not even leave the talk of the women. In many of the in many books about contemporary literary theory, we find many definitions of female given by many historians or philosophers who all show the weakness of female gender, and they seldom speak positively about the female gender. Aristotle declared that the female is female by virtue of certain qualities and added that we should look upon the female state as it were a deformity, one which occurs in the ordinary course of nature. On account of its weakness, it quickly approaches its maturity and old age, since inferior things all reach their end more quickly. Even in the Greek mythology, there's a belief that victory is granted by Athena to Apollo's male-oriented argument, which holds that mother is no parent to her child and asserts the supremacy of patriarchy over matriarchy. German philosopher Nietzsche is also convinced that women is the source of all folly and unreasoned, the silent figure that leaves the male philosopher out of his appointed truth seeking part, and that woman is God's second mistake. Thus, we see from the above view in all traditions, women have always been considered inferior and incapable of any serious thinking, irrespective of religion, country, and race. Right from the birth, sex stereotyping is seen, that is, pink color for baby girl and blue color for baby boy. Even there is a stereotype in buying toys, guns for boys and dolls for girls. Sex stereotyping does not leave the field of language and literature. It is generally held belief that silence is for men and speech for women. Even there is a popular saying that 10 measures of a speech descended on earth, and men took only one and women took nine, or the common belief that a baby girl starts speaking earlier than the boy, or the notion that boys are good at mathematics and girls at language. These are all kinds of conceptions about the sexes expressed through language and literature. Women are always under the eyes of patriarchy. Simple communication, a simple communicative form of talk of women also suffers under strict male gaze. Talkative women, silent men. This this stereotype permeates our culture. For example, flighty wives and cranky husbands in Jane Austen's novel. The talk associated with women is often given derogatory name. For example, gossip, chick chat, natives. All this show the society's low evaluation of women's cultural practices. The society see women talk as trivial, tale-telling or bitchy, as Mark Lieberman, professor of phonetics at the University of Pennsylvania, thinks that women talks more, always gab, 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 and gab. Woman talk is not bitchy at all. If woman talk is called bitchy, then men's talk should be called doggy because men also talks. Quotes in our book, Woman Talk conversation between women friends demonstrate that woman talk is far more trivial, and the label bitchy betrays a fundamental understanding of the way stories about absent others can provide focus for discussing and re-evaluating social norm. Women talk is not an useless act. It helps in the construction and maintenance of women's identity and selves. Foucault's talk is the chief form of recreation. She also challenges the negative social values placed on women talk and assert that women talk is culturally significant and is deserving attention like any other talk. In my opinion, space should be given to women voices and validate women's everyday experience. Women conversation includes all kinds of topics, fashion and clothes and makeup. These topics of conversation for women are dismissed as being trivial or girly things. Women conversations serve as an outlet of emotion, as most of the topics arises directly from women's personal experience. Conversation binds women together. It is a medium which gives strength, help, and support one another. This can be clearly seen in Shashi Deshpande's novel, The Binding Wine. The novel is set on a picture of a group of women clustered around an old trunk, an elderly woman opening the trunk and the rest waiting anxiously to see what is inside the trunk. So is the relationship of women. Women always clustered around together in times of need, sorrow, pain, and even happiness. The idea that women's relationships are characterized by connection rather than separateness has been explored by feminist theories. Urmi, the central character, had lost her daughter and was unable to come to terms with her grief, but she made her progress from grief and loss towards peace and oneness with the woman around her due to her experience with the suffering. Suffering is an essential condition to women being, and women has greater part of it than men because of male dominancy over women. Urmi, by connecting with all these women, discovered a spring of life, and it is the binding wine of sorrow that binds these women together in a single cord. Apart from the verbal communication, women also communicate through their written works. Urmi came to know of her mother-in-law Mira's grave from her poetry, which is full of evidence of male dominancy. To quote from the text, "But tell me, friend, did Lakshmi too twist brocade stays round her fingers and tremble, fearing the coming of dark, clouded, engulfing night?" The lyrics of her poetry are the evidence of her being the victim of marital rape. Does Sashi Desmande communicate with her woman reader about the issue of marital rape? Not only Not only this, the question of identity also brought forth. A glittering ring gliding on the rice carefully traced a name, Nirmala. Who is this? None but I. My name hands bestowed upon me. Nirmala, they call, I stand still. Do you build anew without raising the doll, a tablet of rice, a pencil of gold? Can they make me Nirmala and Mira? So these are all text quoted from the these are all lines quoted from the text. Mira is seeking her identity and is rebelling against the Indian tradition of giving a second name to the newly wed bride. Another issue tackled in her novel is about the age-old tradition of submitting to men's sexual oaths in married life. To quote, don't tread paths barred to you. Obey, never utter a no. Submit, and your life will be a paradise. She said and blessed me, but her will rose up against him, and the no growing painfully within, like a monster child was born. So, woman's written work serve as a medium of communication with the author and the young and the woman reader. It provides space where the two shares everyday experiences and problems as women living under patriarchy and console each other. Apart from consolation, it also offers women the possibility of change and resistance. Change cannot take place as long as the oppressed group accept the status quo, that is, accepts the value of oppression. But women's talk and friendships with each other provides a positive sense of asking oneself who we are and enable to develop solidarity. Solidarity with one another, as Coates says, is a prerequisite for change. We found in Coates' book, Women Talk, conversation between women friends, page number 286, Janice Ramon's word. The empowering of female friendship can create a condition for a new feminist politics in which the personnel is most passionately political. Coates also says that, and to quote, and it is the talk that we do with our friends that makes resistance and change possible. Women friends talking are women friends playing. Playing provides a context for risk taking and experimentation. So, in the playful conversational practices of women's friend, we can try different discourses, different position in relation to the world. Subversive discourse can be nurtured and patriarchal discourses can be challenged. Through reflecting on our lives, we come to a greater understanding of ourselves. And through playing with the collaboration strategies which allow us to seek conversational floor, we can jointly move to a new awareness of how things might be. A new understanding of the patterns we observe in a talk of women friends, new selves are forged and new knowledges are developed. Coates does celebrates in our book Women's Friendship and the way women's friendship is done through talk because she believes it is the radical potential of the women's friendships that makes them worthy of close investigation. They can be seen as the model of the way relationship should be, of the way relationship might be in the future. The patriarchal system not only criticizes the talkativeness of women, they also criticize women's language and speech. Women's language are described as weak, unassertive, and tentative. As a result, women are presented as a lost and victim. At this point, it will be very appropriate to recall the Danish grammarian Otto Jespersen's saying, to quote, it is the use of intensifiers which is responsible for the lack of precision in women's speech. There is a danger of the language becoming languid and insipid if we were to content ourselves with women's expression. Women's way of speaking is viewed rather critically by male-dominated society. Robin Lacob's Language and Women's Place and Del Spender's Man-Made Language focus on gender bias in language. Lacob says that women use more tech questions than men. She defines tech questions as a declarative statement without the assumption that the statement is to be believed by the addressee. One has an out as with questioned. The take if the addressee leeway, not forcing him to go along with the view of the speaker. Lakoff also included Hedges in her account of women's languages. She says that take questions like "You're pretty, aren't you?" and Hedges like well, you know, etc. are unclear or uncertain about the way they say. Hedges is assumes to indicate doubt or uncertainty. Hedges, when used in interpersonal resource by speakers, have been misunderstood and labeled weak, tentative, characteristic associated of unconventional femininity. Lakoff claimed that such uses was typical of women precisely because they are socialized to believe that asserting themselves strongly is nice or ladylike or even feminine. Spander's work, as compared to Lakoff, is more critical. In our book, she pointed out that the masculine gender English has not only been stable but also dominant. She shows that feminine gender has been assigned the laser derogative value in some words like Mr., mistress, an illegal one, sir, madam, a brothel keeper, governor or governess, a woman who takes payment for service rendered, dog, bitch, derogatory, wizard and witch, which is derogatory. All this process of semantic degeneration in words denote the feminine gender reflects the process of control through language. Thus, we see women's talk, women's language, women's way of talk is considered a trivial and unimportant. Women more talkative than men. This is just a myth, a policy adopted by men to subdue women. Uh, the women that we all agreed, we all agree that women do speak much more in certain context. Women speak a lot more in areas of social comfort, in home and in domestic relationship. Women do the most of talking, but there are also some fields in which men does much talking. For example, courtship, profession is more important determiner than gender. Neurology studies do not lay behind in claiming about the talkativeness of women. They say that male and female brain is different. The difference is in the function of the right hemisphere, that is space cognition. The right and the left hemisphere are connected by an organ called corpus callosum, and it is much thicker for the female and more active for the female due to the work of female hormone. Therefore, talking much and talking smoothly are female features. Women way of talking, that is using more hedges and tech question, which is considered a weak, unassertive and tentative, is sheer foolishness. Coates approves it in her book, Women Talk. She says, recognizing that women use hedges more than men do not entail recognizing about choosing to talk about sensitive subjects or about sharing feelings and experience. On the contrary, women's ability to exploit the multifunctional potential of the hedges is a strength, not a weakness, and arise from women's sensitivity to interpersonal aspect of talk. Talk always involves at least two human beings and thus involves interpersonal interaction. Hedges are a key means to modulate what is said to take account of the complex needs of speaker as social being. How we talk is at least as important as what is talking about. Texts were treated by an early commentators on language as an archetypal women's form, receive a great deal of attention from social linguists and discourse analysts. The idea that women use tech questions show their insecurity and lack of confidence is totally wrong. Tech question does not show insecurity and lack of confidence, but but it acts as an invitation to other speaker to participate and to draw them into conversation, thus making the conversation a fruitful one. A form of talk which is not associated with men should not be considered as low status. Fundamentally, the forms are a way of expressing solidarity and connection. Such forms are the vital aspects of the talk of the women. Far from being powerless form, they are a powerful means in establishing connection between speakers. Women skillfully use and exploit them at the interactional rather than the informational level. A language and gender oriented research has associated women with negative ways. This comes from belief that women use more question in their talk, and since they are relatively powerless member of the society, then the questioned is a then question is a powerless form. But discourse analysts have suggested that question are in fact potentially a powerful linguistic forms. Women talk achieves both friendship and femininity. It explores richness and complexity of the language women use, like jamming. Women Friends use language to mirror, balance, and echo each other as they share experiences and discuss social questions and explore personal issues. For women, exchange and support are basic to their idea of friendship, and this culture of sharing is evident both in the language they use and in the way their conversation is organized. How women use language in talking to each other and how it differs from other kinds of talk offers a remarkable insight into women's experiences, women's friendship, and crucial role language plays in building and maintaining those friendship. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now we request Miss Akila Warrior, research scholar, Reva University, Bangalore, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Warm greetings to everyone present here. I am Akila Warrior, research scholar from Reva University, Bangalore. My topic on the presentation is Negotiating Identity at Old Age in The Scream by Rohinton Mistry. Rohinton Mistry has written three novels and a short story. He is an Indo-Canadian writer, and he is considered to be one of the foremost authors of Indian heritage writing in English. The Scream by Rohinton Mistry is a single story narrated by an old man at the end of his life. He is angry with the predicament of old age and his isolation from his family and from a world that no longer understands him. In The Scream, there is an artwork by Canadian artist Toni Morrison based on the story is one of the highlights of the book. The objectives of my study are to represent the identity crisis in old age and the negligence of the family and society, to explore psychological and physiological problems at the old age. The cultural and traditional practices of India shows that one should give respect and think highly of an elderly person. The circumstances are switched completely, as the elderly people recently is considered a nonsense or an irritation to the family. Mystery tries to unwrap the real problems faced by an elderly person in his own home and how he feels unhomed. Identity plays an important role in the society. It decides who you are and whether you will be accepted or not. Negotiating identity is about what you are and how you give an identity to yourself. Who you are and how you present yourself is about the identity of a person. The behavioral changes of the family members towards the old man leads him to the weaker version of himself, how he tries to tolerate others and the care and affection by others involves in his life. And when a person is getting old, he has the health issues and the financial issues. Here in the Scream, the multidimensional issues of old age has been presented. How the declining of the health condition affects him, and the old person is not able to understand the ongoing problems. His imagination, his hallucination at night time about a scream that he hears every day. He tries to inform that to the family members, but they are not able to understand what it is, and they say that he is going mad. So these small things affects him, and he is not able to acknowledge the situation of the family, and he is a dependent on everyone. The major problems of one is how he is going to be the dependent of the complete family. Social issues and the family support is very important when a person is old. Aging is a biological process, it's not a disease. That is something everyone should understand. In the postmodern studies, it is clearly given about the old age issues. It's not taken as an end of life, but it is about the person how he act in one way or the other. He is always an dependent person. So the narrator, who is an old man, try to shows that he doesn't have any issues, but he is suffering from amnesia and Parkinson disease, and he thinks that the servant is there at home, but in reality there is no servant and it is their grandson. So when he tells the grandson to help him, the family will not accept. They say that how can you do this to your grandson? So he feels this identity crisis and insecurity at his own home. Mystery explains the loneliness of an elderly person, where the person feels that nobody needs him and he feels he is unwanted. He discusses on the starvation and the feeling of uncomfort in his own house. Mystery points out how old man is not able to understand things that are going in his house because of the amnesia. The aging process reflects the change of body, memory, diet, weakness. So he gives example of all these things in his work. And the old man even not able to understand why the doctor is always telling he is sick. So he says that if you bribe the doctor, he may tell that there is a cure for him. So always the role of an individual changes when a person is turning to old age. He feels that he was a master of the house once and now he has been neglected. And the food that they gave to him, he complains that there is no salt, or sometimes it is more salt. He is not able to understand he has disease and he should not take more salt. He feels that the foods that they give is not tasty at all. So they just want him to die. That is what he thinks of himself. So mystery tries to point out how the condition of a person when he is old, and the imagination that he lived through in the story is because of depression and loneliness. When a person doesn't have somebody to share his thoughts and ideas, he feels that he is always in a difficult condition. Mystery shows the psychological issues where the that is faced by the old man. He feels everyone accuses him for mentally unstable, and that scream that he hears every night, that will affect him more. He feels that nobody is there to take care of him or to show affection towards him. And mystery has not left any chance of bringing some political issues in his work, where the old man sits near the window and check outside how the election campaign is going on, and he tells to others that look how the political leaders have been respected by others, that even if you are in a difficult position you should not move from that place until the prime minister moves from there. And the narrator tells about the neglected usual. He is always neglected. As usual, he is neglected in the day, and everything moves on as it was, and nobody cares for him. That is the real problem that he was facing. So, aging is a biological process that cannot be escaped by anyone. Only through care, love, kindness, and acceptance of each other keeps the community in balance. Self respect and dignity of a person plays an important role in an individual life. And when one loses it, they lose the essence of life. The screen clearly says that old age is not an illness but a childhood of the adult age. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity for the presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, madam. Now we request Miss P. Tirija Samson, student Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, India, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Morning. My name is Sidra Sampson and I'm from Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur. Today's my topic is about applied linguistics in English teaching. Abstract. Coming to this topic, this paper looks at some of the underlying reasons which might explain the uncertainties surrounding applied linguistics as an academic inquiry. It traces the emergence of the field through its professional associations and identifies foreign language as second language teaching as its primary activity. Then it examines the extent to which pedagogy as a branch of applied linguistics and how this might have changed during a historical period that gave rise to Noam Chomsky, a linguistic and the notion of communicative competence. The concluding remarks offer explanations to account for the persistence of linguistic parameters to define applied linguistics in teaching English in Indian context. The objectives of the study are to convey the knowledge of linguistics and to create the insight into the applied linguistics. Also to induct, sense, and use teaching English as second language. These are the objectives of the study, this paper. And the history of, when coming to the history of applied linguistics, first of all, it is officially recognized as an independent course at the University of Michigan in 1946. And after that, during the late 1950s and also in early 1960s, it is used as the term that was gradually broadened to include that what was then referred as automatic translation. In 1964, following 2 years of preparatory work financed by the Council of Europe, Association International de Linguistic Application, this is a applied linguistic association, international association, which is now usually referred as French. It is usually referred as AILA acronym. It's an acronym for AILA, and this was founded in its first international congress and was held. And this first international congress was held in France, in 1964. What is linguistics? What is linguistic? Actually, what is linguistic is that linguistic is a scientific language form, language meaning the language in the context. There are various subareas in linguistic as follows, like phonetics, which studies speeches and sounds. Also phonology, which studies the patterning of sound. Also morphology studies the structure of words, syntax, which studies the structure of sentences, and semantics, which studies the literal meaning, and pragmatics, which studies language in context. Okay, there are two types of linguistics. One is normal linguistics, and the other is applied linguistics. What is the key difference between linguistics and applied linguistics? That is, linguistics, when it is pragmatic, the applied linguistics, it is speech sounds, semantic, phonemes, syntax, words, morphology, phrases and sentences, phonology, literal meaning and phrases and sentences, phonetics, meaning and context of discourse. Okay, and what is the application of applied linguistics today? The governing body, which is we have previously studied, which is AILA, it involves to solve specific language problems and its role in society in numerous areas through applied linguistics. Linguistics today includes topics such as language and communication problems, problems of aviation, language disorders, law, medicine, science, and in policy and planning, along with literary issues. ICA, which is the acronym for International Civil Aviation Organization, is using applied linguistics for the best communication in their trade. The role of applied linguistics expands its role in developing countries like India as well as developed countries like America. Applied linguistics in Indian context. The role of applied linguistics in the country like India with multiple language plays an communication role. Important role as communication role. The link between policy and people bridge to English language only. It expands the role of linguistics with linguistic perspective in teaching methods, material, classroom communication, and in translation. What the conclusion of this paper is that the study which I have done is the study of this applied linguistics reveals the importance of English as a global language, along with its important role in all dimensions of legislation and administration, as well as the best tool of communication to the global countries. Applied linguistics in English language teaching has been considerably increasing in uh, academic courses and in universities. Now in India, applied linguistics has been grown as full-fledged faculty in many universities. It also established relation between linguistics and language teaching, along with language assessment to teach in a classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now we request Miss Anne Rose Davis, PG student, Department of English, Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore, Karnataka, India, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Rose Davis. I am from Christ University, Bangalore. My topic is an analysis on the idea of discovery in American literature and land. So my study, it tracks the origins and comprehends the colonial association and the ethos of nation formation and culture dualities and the distinctive American culture. It also covers the idea of discovery, both in terms of land and American culture, and how the origin of America as we see today is prevailed through the selected test. The research method used is close reading and comparative study. The first text selected is The Discovery of America, Vespucci Landing in America, painted by Tradanis. So we could see a nude woman and Vespucci himself well dressed. And in the caption of the painting is Americus Rediscovers America, which appeared in Mundus Novus, published in 15,000 by Vespucci. So in this work, he personifies America as a woman. So it's actually the nude woman is getting up to a male gaze in Laura Mulvey's term to be looked at ness. So it actually exerts a gender power relations. Linking gender power relation. So savage or feminine is the idea of savages or the feminine is always have to be controlled is emerging through this picture. When we take the text, A Description of New England, written by John Smith, who made a voyage to the coast of Manchester in 1614. The description is more like an advertisement which describes the fishing, soils, inhabitants, and the wealth of Northern America. So it actually calls for the idea of white man's burden by saying, convert those poor savages to Christ. So it actually calls for the exploitation of Native Americans. And it also made the land fertile for the missionaries so that they can come in and establish their own religion by exploiting the culture and lifestyle of the Native Americans. So the painting of Tradanis and description of New England, it actually talks about how America as a land as we see today is origined by actually capturing the Native Americans in different power relations. When we take the picture representation of Whitman's Leaves of Grass, it shows the Whitman's idea of unified America, which means the grass is having a singular blade like a unified nation, but it has a fibrous root which resonates the diversity or the multiplicity of Americans. So America is considered as a melting point of cultures. In Mark Twain's The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County, he talks about civilized and uncivilized, West and East, and England and America. So it is a tall tale with exaggerate and critique the politics with incorrect syntaxes like sortus and ketchet. It actually refers to the gold mining vernacular, working class vernacular dialect. So actually. His tall tale is a commentary of negative and positive traits of Americans. So it's not just glorifying Americans' culture, but it also talks about the positive and negative traits. So it is written during the Gilded Age, as Mark Twain calls it. So Gilded Age is a period of gross materialism when industrialization all came in. During that time, East is considered as a region of educated and cultured people, whereas West is considered opposite to the East, that is uncivilized. So in his story, he talks about both West and East and how the encounter between England and America is portrayed in the story. So as we conclude, we could say that the study traces a trajectory of discovery through the course of history of nation through the mosaic theory. So according to the mosaic theory, each distinct element that makes up a grand narrative of America by embracing its diversity and multiplicity of being an American. So in a mosaic, as we can see each elements distinctively, but even though each element of a mosaic is actually seen, everything is in a unified manner, which makes it more beautiful. So America as a nation is more beautiful by embracing its diversity and multiplicity. So it is seen through the American literature and in terms of the politics of the land. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now we request Miss Anjana Mohan, student, College of Cooperation, Banking and Management, Kerala Agriculture University, Thrissur, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Respected Chairperson, honorable learned participants, and organizers of International Conference on Advanced Research in Social Science and Humanities, a warm welcome to one and all to my presentation. Myself, Anjana Mohan, a final year BSc Honours Corporation and Banking student, and my topic of presentation is Analysis of Financial Performance of Alapi Cooperative Agricultural and Rural Development Bank Limited. I had done my paper under the guidance of Dr. G.S. Alarasan, Assistant Professor. Moving on to the introduction, India is an agrarian country with 70% of the population living in rural areas. A major portion of them are engaged in agricultural and allied activities for their daily lives. This particular sector provides food security to our country as well as raw materials to the secondary sector, which in turn boosts our country's economy. Farmers, being the basic bricks of this particular sector, are facing so many financial problems to meet with their agricultural inputs, and they are being exploited by money lenders and landlords for the same. In this particular situation, cooperative banks became the helping hands. In Kerala, we have short-term lending-oriented cooperative banks as well as long-term lending-oriented cooperative banks. As short-term lending-oriented cooperative banks, we have Kerala State Cooperative Bank at the apex level and Primary Agricultural Credit Societies (PACS) at the basic level. And for long-term lending-oriented cooperative banks, we have Kerala State Cooperative Agricultural and Rural Development Bank, that is KCRDBs at the apex level, and Primary Cooperative Agricultural and Rural Development Banks, that is PCRDBs at the basic level. But in reality, most of these banks are running in a loss. I conducted a study on the financial performance of Alapi Cooperative Agricultural and Rural Development Bank Limited, which is a PCRDB known as Alapi Card Bank. The study was based on secondary data collected from the annual reports and audit reports of Alapi Card Bank for last 9 years, that is from 2010-11 to 2018-19, and also from a detailed discussion conducted with the Board of Directors and the Secretary of Alapi Card Bank. The collected data was analyzed using ratio analysis. Moving on to the results and discussion, the financial performance of Alapi Card Bank was analyzed under 3 heads mainly. First one is the efficiency in mobilization, which analyzed the efficiency in mobilization of Alapi Card Bank for mobilizing their available fund. Second one is efficiency in deployment, which analyzed the efficiency in deployment for maximum revenue generation. And finally, efficiency in operation, which analyzed the operational efficiency of Alapi Card Bank. For analyzing efficiency in mobilization, we have owned funded to working capital ratio, borrowed funded to working capital ratio, and owned funded to borrowed fund ratio. For a bank to become efficient in mobilization, should keep higher ratios for owned funded to working capital ratio and owned funded to borrowed fund ratio, while should keep lower ratios for borrowed funded to working capital ratio. This is because owned fund should dominate over borrowed fund in their total working capital for attaining efficiency in mobilization. For analyzing efficiency in deployment, we have loan outstanding to total fund ratio, investment to total fund ratio, loan outstanding to borrowed fund ratio, loan outstanding to working capital ratio, and investment to working capital ratio. Loan outstanding to total fund ratio and investment to total fund ratio shows the amount distributed between loans and advances and investment out of the total fund respectively. And it is advisable to keep both the ratios high for attaining efficiency in deployment. But the selected bank is having lower ratios for investment to total fund ratio, and their ratios for loan outstanding to borrowed fund ratio is satisfactory. This is because cooperative institutions like PCRDBs are working based on cooperative principles. Hence, they are service-oriented rather than profit-oriented. That's why Alapi Card Bank is focusing more on lending financial services rather than investments. The reflection of the same can be seen in loan outstanding to working capital ratio and investment to working capital ratio also. For analyzing efficiency in operation, We have interest income to loan outstanding ratio, interest expenses to borrowed fund ratio, interest expenses to interest income ratio, total expenditure to total income ratio, net profit to working capital ratio, and net profit to interest income ratio. Interest income to loan outstanding ratio shows the interest income generated out of the loans and advances provided by the bank. Hence, it is advisable to keep higher ratios for this particular ratio. But the selected bank is having lower ratios at slightly fluctuating ones, but still increasing over the years, except the last year. The decrease in last year was due to flood that happened as a tragedy in the whole state and the region in particular. The difference between total income and total expenditure is the margin available for the bank for their operational activities. Hence, it is always advisable to keep lower ratios for total expenditure to total income ratio. But the selected bank is having total expenditure to total income ratio equal to 100% for most of the years during the period of study. This indicates that the bank was not able to keep any margin during these years. The net profit to working capital ratio and net profit to interest income ratio shows the net profit generated out of working capital and interest income respectively. Hence, it is always advisable to keep these ratios high. But the selected bank is having negative values for these ratios during most of the years during the period of study. This indicates that the bank is running in a loss during these years. The extremely lower ratios for net profit to working capital ratio and net profit to interest income ratio during the last 3 years was due to demonetization and flood, which affected the repayment capacity of the borrowers. Profitability ratio is the profitability indicator of a bank. Profitability ratio is equal to spread ratio minus burden ratio. Interest spread is the difference between interest income and interest expenses. This interest spread to total fund is the spread ratio. And it is advisable to keep the spread ratio high all the time. But the selected bank is having lower ratios for spread ratio, and for some specific years, the spread ratio is became extremely low. This is because the gap between interest income and interest expenses is decreasing over these years. The bank will be able to overcome this only if they take necessary steps to increase their interest income. The difference between non-interest expenses and non-interest income is labeled as the burden of the bank. This burden to total fund ratio is the burden ratio, and it is advisable to keep low all the time. And the selected bank is able to keep this low all the time. But the profitability ratio of the bank is not satisfactory because of the spread ratio. Moving on to the conclusion, according to the study, Alleppey Card Bank is running successfully. But still, there are some areas the bank need to focus on. The bank should take necessary steps to increase their interest income and total income, and should also give more focus on investment activities. It is the inability of the bank in increasing these factors are leading the bank into a loss. The bank faced a huge loss during the last 3 years of period of study. This was because demonetization and flood, which created a threat in the entire state. Hence, the bank should frame and get adopted with new measures and policies to deal with the unpredictable threats. These are the references. And thank you one and all for patiently listening to my presentation and also for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, madam. Now we request Miss Sauparnika SB, Student College of Cooperation, Banking and Management, Kerala Agriculture University, Thrissur, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Very warm greetings to all. Respected chairperson of the session, honorable learned participants, organizers of the International Conference on Advanced Research in Social Sciences and Humanities, and my dear friends. I am Sauparnika and I am a final year student of BSc Honours Corporation and Banking from College of Corporation Banking and Management, Kerala Agriculture University. So today I am here to give a paper presentation on accessing the customer satisfaction of Milko products in Thiruvananthapuram district, Kerala state. We all know that customer satisfaction is an important factor which influences the market. In the past, it was unpopular and unaccepted concept because companies thought it was more important to gain new customers than to retain the existing people. However, in the present decade, companies have gained better understanding of the importance of customer satisfaction and accorded it as a high priority operational goal. Cooperatives are also dealing in customer oriented avenues, but not much importance is given to customer satisfaction. Now, let's look into the details of the society. The main Kedakavur Kshira Vivasaya Sahakarana Sangham is a registered traditional cooperative milk society and was established in 1972. It runs an ISO and HACCP certified cooperative dairy plant, popularly known as Milko Dairy, located nearby Athinil town in Thiruvananthapuram district of Kerala state. The society offers a wide range of dairy products like milk, ice creams, fermented products, fat products, sweets, and chocolates. The society also, by understanding the importance of mixed farming for sustainable development, has now diversified its production to organic farming inputs like biomanure, crop booster, cow dung packet, Sambushnam agro, cattle feed, etc. apart from dairy. They also have a milk dispensing machine termed as Milk ATM. This facility helps the customers to draw milk using prepaid ATM cards or by depositing money in it. Here you can see the pictures of various products. The first one on the left portrays dairy products like ice creams, sip-ups, etc. And the one below is that of organic farming inputs. The picture on the left depicts the milk ATM. Regarding the methodology, the study was conducted among the residents of Thiruvananthapuram district during the month of November, and primary data were collected conveniently from 75 respondents with the help of a structured interview schedule for studying the satisfaction level of dairy products and 25 farmer respondents for studying the satisfaction level of organic farming inputs. The main sources of secondary data were related literatures and societies' published reports. Satisfaction index and percentages were used for analyzing the data. Now, moving on to the results, this table represents the level of satisfaction towards milk or dairy products. From the table, it can be understood that most of the respondents were above averagely satisfied with the dairy products of Milko, the satisfaction score between 80 to 100. Ice creams are the highly satisfied products with a score of 82.75, followed by ghee with a score of 82.16, and the least satisfied among the five is curd with a score of 80.66. This is the graphical representation of the tabular data. This table represents the level of satisfaction towards organic farming inputs of Milko. From the table, it can be understood that most of the respondents were above averagely satisfied with the organic farming inputs of Milko. Gavya Mritam is a highly satisfied product with a score of 85.60, followed by Sambushnam Agro with a score of 85.47, and Cow Dung Packet 83.57 is the least satisfied one amongst the five. This is a graphical representation of the tabular data representing the level of satisfaction towards organic farming inputs of Milko. Moving on to the conclusion and recommendations. Overall, all the customers were satisfied with both the dairy products as well as organic farming inputs of Milko. Most of the customers preferred Milko dairy products because of the quality and taste, and the preference towards organic farming inputs is due to the price, quality, and quantity of products. In-depth analysis shows that some customers were below averagely satisfied with the availability of milk or products, so the cooperative should focus on to ensure more availability of the product. More emphasis should also be given to improve the quality and taste of curd, improving the packaging of dairy products like curd and sweets, and also introducing newer dairy products like cheese, yogurt, milk powder, and organic farming inputs like vermicompost and bone meal will help in attracting more customers. It takes months to gain one customer and minutes to lose one. So the cooperative should work towards finding the new ones, but more importantly, retaining the existing ones. These are all the references that have been used for preparing the presentation. Thank you. Thank you all for patiently listening. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now we request Miss Krishna Sri S, Student College of Cooperation, Banking and Management, Kerala Agriculture University, Thrissur, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Respected Chairperson of the session, honorable learned participants and organizers of the International Conference on Advanced Research in Social Sciences and Humanities, a warm welcome to one and all. Let me introduce myself to you. I am Krishnasri S, and I am a final year student of BSc Honours Cooperation and Banking at Kerala Agricultural University. Let me move on to my presentation. The title of my paper is Nakshatra Aquaponics and High-Tech Farmhouse, a Case Study. And the contents include introduction, methodology, results and discussions, conclusion and suggestions, references. We all know that agriculture is the art and science of cultivating the soil, growing crops, and raising livestock. The agriculture sector is one of the most important industries in the Indian economy, which means it's also a huge employer. Technology has played a big role in developing agriculture as an industry. Two of such promising technologies are high-tech farming and organic farming. High-tech farming includes the cultivation of crops inside the polyhouse under controlled climatic conditions, hydroponics and aquaponics. Hydroponics is a science of growing plants in nutrient solutions. Aquaponics is a closed-loop system that relies on the symbiotic relationship between aquaculture and agriculture. There are not many number of scientific studies having been conducted about the implications of high-tech farming. In this background, an attempt was made to highlight the importance of high-tech farming in a scientific way and to bring the benefits and economic importance of high-tech farming. Henceforth, this investigation was carried out as a case study, which is popularly known as a social microscope in social science, to highlight all minute details of an activity and its result as a social phenomenon. Moving on to the methodology, primary data were collected for the study. There was a detailed personal interview with a selected case study farmer, Mr. Anish, and 6 other farmers with similar potential and possibility to adopt high-tech farming. Necessary descriptive statistics were used for data analysis. To gather necessary data for the detailed case study, key informants interviews, and in-depth data mining from all available records and reports were also carried out. The local Grama Panchayat leaders, Department of Agriculture officials, and other potential informants were interviewed. In Kerala, where more than 500 polyhouses turned out to be a failure, a person hailing from Anjal, Kollam district has proved it to be more than prosperous for puerile farmers who are fascinated with high-tech farming. Mr. Anish Enraj, proprietor and originator of Nakshatra Aquaponics and High-Tech Farmhouse, set an ideal example for practicing agriculture with minimum space and maximum yield. Anish was working as a senior business development manager in a multinational company, Western Union Money Transfer, for 12 years. Due to the tussle muscle power and the monopoly of the corporate companies, he quit his job and stepped into agriculture. Now, he owns a polyhouse, 3 mini polyhouses, practices rice cultivation through hydroponics and fish farming through aquaponics. The crops cultivated in polyhouse include tomato, salad cucumber, peas, lettuce, brinjal, okra, bitter gourd, etc. Through his continuous efforts and determination, he bagged the Kerala State High-Tech Farmer Award in the year 2017-18. Moving on to the next slide. For my case study, Anish was compared with 6 other farmers in terms of selected attributes such as knowledge on high-tech farming, technical know-how, readiness to do high-tech farming, borrowing power, bargaining power, negotiation power, self-esteem enhancement, and self-perceived status. It was observed that though most of the farmers have a positive attitude towards high-tech farming, they lack the knowledge and technical know-how of various operations. And compared to conventional farmers, the socio-economic status of a high-tech farmer is high, as evidenced by tabulation. Here are some of the photos of the farm. First, we can see the mint cultivation through hydroponics method. These are the vegetables cultivated inside the polyhouse: tomatoes, cucumber, 2 varieties of peas, nakshatra green and nakshatra brown. You can also have a look at aquaponics technique adopted at the farm. And that's the polyhouse. Moving on to the conclusion and suggestions. The recommendations suggested include creation of farmers' grievance redressal cell to address the complaints and concerns of high-tech farmers, followed by timely assistance of government agencies. The significant gap between knowledge and attitude can be bridged through proper skill training and more sensitizations to the interested farmers. After addressing the issues such as development of infrastructure, transfer of technology, appropriate marketing interventions, and availability of capital, high-tech farming can be a better alternative for small and marginal farmers to increase their farm income. Hence, it could be concluded that high-tech farming can be a better option to support vegetable production and to support nutritional sufficiency for the growing population in the state. Here are some of the references which I have gone through while preparing my paper. That's all about my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. Ambika Jamwal, PhD Research Scholar, University of Jammu, Jammu and Kashmir, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ambika Jambal, and I am a PhD research scholar from the University of Jammu. The topic of my paper is Vulnerability to Valiance, Study of Poili Sengupta's Mangalam. India is known in the world for its cultural traditions, rituals, and customs. Since Indian drama in English started flourishing, dramatists have taken up many social and political issues for critical commentary. India has seen the emergence of versatile and bold themes on the stage, such as incest, child abuse, violence, changing forms of love, marriages, and family. Dramatists like Mahesh Dattani, Girish Karnad, Vijay Tendulkar, Badal Sarkar effectively wrote their plays with innovation at technical and thematic levels. At the same time, Indian English theatre has given rise to the tradition of women playwrights. Women dramatists like Mahashweta Devi, Usha Ganguly, Deena Mehta, Manjula Padmanabhan, Poili Sengupta, and Malika Sarabhai have made significant contribution to the development of Indian English drama. They choose to address the long suppressed, the underrepresented issues through gendered lenses. By expressing their own experiences in their own language, they provide expression to many social and political disputes in the so called modern country. They, they portray the crimes perpetrated against women in the name of tradition and culture in a male dominated society. One such prolific dramatist is Poili Sengupta. Ambika Gopalakrishnan alias Poili Sengupta was born in 1948. She is an accomplished Indian playwright in English. She is also a film and theatre actor and a member of the National School of Drama. Being a college teacher and educational consultant, she is aware of the social and cultural issues of the country. She prominently focuses on the issues of women. She raises her voice in protest against a host of crimes against women. By dramatizing real-life incidents, she points at various social issues like female feticide, rape, incest, child abuse, and subjugation of women. Poili Sengupta has to her credit a series of plays: Mangalam, Inner Laws, Keats Was a Tuber, Samara Song, etc. Her plays are basically set in Indian cultural milieus. Major concerns of her plays are the problem of women's marginalization. In her first full-length play Mangalam, Sengupta makes a subtle comment on the violence against women in the contemporary society. Mangalam is a two-act play that portrays the violence against women like family politics, domestic violence, marital infidelity, child abuse, patriarchal domination, and exploitation of women across ages, cultures, and societies, seen through the woman's perspective. Koili Sengupta expresses the plight of a rape victim. She portrays Mangalam, who has been object of hatred and violence in the hands of her husband throughout her life. In his opinion, she was a sinner who carried the child of another man without marriage. To her misfortune, it was her brother-in-law Pariyappa who had raped her. Mangalam suffered disgrace day in and out as her husband didn't spare a word or an action to hurt her. Tormented physically and emotionally, Mangalam suffers all through her life for the sins she never committed. The play is divided into two acts. The first act is shown as a traditional setting in an orthodox middle-class Brahmin family. Second act focuses on similar issues in so-called modern society. The sharp contrast in these two acts compels the readers to think about the fact that however the society has modernized in terms of education and living standards, the mindset has yet to change. The play within play technique is used to heighten the emotional and intellectual impact where characters become actors as well as audience. When Mangalam married Dorai, she was pregnant with somebody else's child. I quote, "She came up to me after being used. She was somebody else's leavings," her husband says. It was concealed from Dorai at the time of his marriage, but 3 months after their marriage, Dorai came to know that Mangalam was carrying her premarital conception, but the person responsible for the pregnancy was not known. He says, I quote, "For 3 months she used to hide everything from me, the vomiting and everything. Then it began to show. Even then I never suspected, till the doctor came," unquote. It is then that he started asking her to reveal the truth. She denied to do so, and consequently, Dorai began to torture her daily. He confesses his treachery, that he brutalized his wife both subtly and overtly. I quote, "First I used to ask her softly, sweetly. She would not let me. Then I beat her. She stayed so quiet. She would not even cry out in pain. She was so obstinate. Then it became a game to see how I could take it out to her. She never told me." Unquote. This enumerates the systemic violence and such ill treatment that has been inflicted on Mangalam for 31 years of her marriage, which she tolerated silently. Her unexpressed suffering ultimately made her end her life. Usha, Dorai's daughter, too returns to her father's home after marriage. She left her husband's house because of continuous torture and suppression for dowry. When Usha wanted to get married with a college lecturer, her father denied it. He fixed her marriage with a rich man, a part of family standard and dignity. Her feelings were ignored. Neither her own parents nor her in-laws understood her. She suffers at the hands of her in-laws due to their greediness. The daughter Chitra also runs away to marry the boy of her choice at the end of the scene and is called a whore by her father. Sengupta shows how the domestic space, which is traditionally a place for the preservation of women's chastity, has now become a place of sexual and physical violence and has led to an impasse for women. Sengupta portrays how Mangalam's body has been treated as an object for gratification for the molester, and as an object for preservation of familial dignity by her father, and as an object for venting out frustration and grievances for the husband. The woman's body is thus used as a pawn by men to preserve the kinship structures in the society. Thangam, Thangam, Mangalam's sister, too, is trapped in the vicious net of male patriarchy. Though her husband raped her sister, she has to live with the man for the reason that she is a woman. Once she got married, she is obligated to stay with her spouse. Even though he has an illicit relationship with another woman, Thangam still lives with him for her children. Act 2 is a comment upon Act 1 and has the same themes. Sengupta here depicts the ruthless repetition of violence even though modernity has set in. The well of modern family has depicted suffering from the same evil is been depicted as suffering from the same evil of abuse, adultery, and exploitation by those who are close to the family. Sumati faces violence at the hands of her fiancé when she goes out with him, and later when Nari, her father's friend, molests her. Sexual misconducts are common in case with females, whether they belong to modern or traditional backgrounds. Sumati envies her mother. Her mother got a perfect partner in the form of her father, but the truth is that her mother suffered in their marriage, as her father was with another woman. Sumati, who has herself been a victim of violence and abuse at the hands of males, tells her brother Suresh, I quote, "The way you talk about girls, about women, you don't seem to have a speck of respect for them. The moment the woman doesn't fit into the category of being a mother or a sister, she is a baggage, a sexual baggage." Unquote. Sumati finds the courage to acknowledge and protest against the objectification of women by males. After she is molested by her fiancé, she asserts that, I quote, "A woman who allows herself to be soft, who relinquishes her weapons, well, she gets chewed up, doesn't she? I know it is a terrible expression, but then it's a terrible state to be in." Unquote. Poili Sengupta, in her play Mangalam, raises her voice against the appalling acts like rape and sexual harassment. The play suggests that women are viewed merely as an object of sexual gratification by the males. Sengupta uses drama as a platform to raise her voice of dissent against many an evil that afflict the contemporary society. The play represents a voice of resistance, trying to scrutinize women's sexual exploitation in the domestic and public sphere. Sengupta tries to define women's theatre against male-dominated ideologies and tries to represent the underrepresented aspect of sexual abuse in women's life. The aim of the playwright finds its way as Sengupta effectively proposes that even with the advancement of technology, better education, and improvement in lifestyle, the male mind has yet to break the shackles of pseudo-modernity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. We welcome you all to this second day of the International Conference on Advanced Research in Social Sciences, Humanities and Education 2020. Hope yesterday's conference was good and beneficiary for everyone who have participated. Today, we have two eminent speakers to speak to us. Dr. Payal from Central University of Haryana, from the Department of Psychology. She will be speaking to us. And Dr. Vivekananda Chakrabarti, National Awardee Headmaster from Midnapur Town School, Kolkata, from Department of English. He will be speaking to us. Both the speakers are motivational speakers and of high expertise. I thank Dr. Payal Kanwar-Chandel Madam, and also Dr. Vivekananda Chakraborty sir for accepting our request and joining us. Today we have closer to 10 presentations, and I congratulate all the presenters. Yesterday we have done very well, and today we have presentations similar like yesterday, and Dr. Vivekananda Chakraborty sir would be chairing the session. We welcome everyone once again, and after the speaker's session we'll have discussion, and I request the delegates to be active to discuss, to add anything or to any question we can put to the speakers, and I request both the speakers to also be in the discussion session so that you can add more value to the knowledge of the delegates who are participating in this conference. After the discussion session, we will have the paper presentations, and after every presentation happens, at the last we will have the review summary from Dr. Vivekananda Chakraborty sir, and any questions, clarifications can be taken during that time. At the end, we have certificate distribution and a short valedictory remarks, and then we'll close this conference. That's the program for today, and we welcome you all once again, and now we will hand over it to the speakers. Thank you. We have in our midst Dr. Payal Kanwar-Chandel, Associate Professor, Department of Psychology, Central University of Haryana, India. Madam, thank you for joining with us and accepting our request in short notice. Dr. Payal Kanwar-Chandel is working as Associate Professor Psychology at Central University of Haryana. Before this, she served at Amity University, Rajasthan as Head of the Department and Associate Professor Psychology, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences. She began her professional journey from Sri Bhavani Niketan Mahila Mahavidyalaya as Head of the Department of Psychology. Dr. Chandel earned her PhD in the area of emotional intelligence. Her areas of major research include positive psychology, social media, and women's studies. She is a reviewer of various reputed national and international journals, along with being the chief editor of Takshila International Journal of Psychology. She is an active member of various national and international psychology bodies. She has traveled to various national and international institutions for presentation of her research work and has won the Best Paper Award in Sri Lanka for research paper presentation. Recently, she went to Oxford to present her research work on student life satisfaction, which was highly appreciated. She was the only one from India to represent the nation on that platform. Thank you very much, madam, for being with us. Today, emotional intelligence is the key factor that every human has to realize and also practice positive psychology methods. Thank you for accepting our request and joining us. Kindly speak to our audience. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Payal Chandel from Central University, Haryana, Mahendragarh. Today, I am presenting on positive psychology interventions for sustainable happiness. That is, in this presentation of mine, I'm going to talk about the interventions that are based on the concepts of positive psychology. And these interventions, if followed, would change your life and would make it happier. And this happiness would not be a momentary happiness. But if you're practicing these interventions on a regular basis, you would find your happiness is enhanced and the happiness is sustained for the lifetime, not for a moment, not for a section of time, but for a lifetime. So we are moving ahead with the presentation. First of all, I would like you to know what psychology is, because this conference is about many disciplines coming together. It is joining hands with multi-disciplines. So there may be possibility that many of you do not even know what psychology is. Psychology is a subject which roots back to hundreds of years. It started with the mission that it is focused on strengths. Also, it talks about weaknesses. Psychology is interested in improving mental health as well as repairing the damage. And it talks about fulfilling people's life, making healing more positive. These were the earliest missions with which psychology started. But gradually, psychology was de-shaped because people started earning money for repairing the damage. So we as psychologists, we were waiting for the damage to happen and then to repair that. And the researches, multiple researches were conducted for repairing the damage done, for treating the depression, for treating schizophrenia, for treating anxiety, and many new disorders were identified. Then emerged a new field of psychology called positive psychology, which brought back the focus of psychology to the positive side of it, which was long forgotten. Positive psychology is a strength-based psychology that works to promote optimal functioning across the full range of human functioning, from disorders and distress to health and fulfillment. It is the science of optimal functioning. And as the founder himself defines positive psychology, he says, the aim of positive psychology is to catalyze a change in psychology from a preoccupation only with repairing the worst things in life to also building the best qualities in life. So positive psychology is the study of what is right with the people. That is, identifying the strengths of people and then nurturing those strengths so that people could realize their full potential. Because in order to realize your own full potential, you first need to identify what your strengths are. And positive psychology is the science that helps you do that. As this presentation of mine talks about enhancing happiness through positive psychology interventions, we're talking about happiness. Happiness is what? It's only your state of mind. The state of mind that corresponds to the greatest internal satisfaction of his being, the conditions, completeness and conciseness of life, realization of one's human potential. So when you believe that what potential you have, you are able to realize your potential, that is when you have this feeling called happiness. This happiness depends on various factors for various people. and scientists in the field of happiness have tried to create a formula that can quantify happiness. So happiness can be seen as the product of what you think you have and perceived value, the value that you give to something that you have, divided by what you expect to have. That means, what do you think you have? Like here in front of me, I believe all the audience are educated. So you have that education, not only literacy. This is called education. So you are educated. Now, you think you have education multiplied by how much value do you give to this education? Do you believe you're just wasting your years to get those degrees that might not even get you employment? Or you believe you're going to get a degree that is going to change your life, and through this degree, through the knowledge that you're gaining right now, you are going to change the world, and the change that you can create in the world will be milestone, would be read in the histories to come in the coming years. So how much value you give to your education, the education that you think you have, and the perceived value that you attach with your happiness, divided by what do you expect to have. You might be doing research right now, and you might be thinking of postdoctoral research. You might be doing a post-graduation right now, and you might expect to have a good job at hand. So what do you think? Divided by what do you want to have? So if what you think you have and is more than what do you think you should have, you tend to be more happier. But if what you think you have is lesser than what you expect, you are less happier. So for being happy, we need to acknowledge what we have. We need to associate value to what we have. And that is when we can create happiness for ourselves. Happiness is not something that can be sought, but it is created. You cannot search for happiness. You have to create your own happiness. So in this presentation of mine, I'll be talking of a few positive psychology interventions that can create happiness. But when I say positive psychology interventions, what are positive psychology interventions? These are the interventions that are designed on the concepts of positive psychology, the principles of positive psychology, which are imbibed, which are included, which people are given training into, so that they can increase the well-being. These interventions are, they're not magic. They'll not get you happiness magically, but they're the scientific tools and strategies that are designed scientifically, and they focus on creating happiness. They focus on increasing happiness. They focus on enhancing your well-being, and they focus on getting more positive cognitions and emotions. So in all, these interventions are designed scientifically in such a way that you, if practice these interventions daily, will bring changes to your lives. There are many positive psychology interventions. In this presentation, I have limited the number of interventions that I could discuss here because of the time constraint. So we would be discussing 5 interventions in all. So the first one of them, severing. What severing is? Severing is the use of thoughts and action to enhance positive experiences in lives. Severing is the experience of the moment where you enjoy the moment. Like when you do something that you really enjoy doing. Like if you enjoy writing, then the moment that you are engaged in writing, you're writing something, you would forget everything else, but only the pleasure that you derive from writing down your thoughts is something that is with you. You're lost in some other world, and that is something that gets you happiness. So savoring is doing something and enjoying that, fully being into the moment and enjoying the moment, enjoying every part of the experience. Like if you are watching the movie, you're enjoying the cast of the movie, the plot of the movie, the dialogues of the movie, the acting that the actors are doing out there. So each and every part of the movie, even the way you're sitting, the kind of seats that you've arranged for yourself, the setup, the darkness, the brightness, the bass, the volume, you enjoy each and everything that exists around you in that particular moment. And this is what savoring is. So the interventions that are based on the principles of savoring are the interventions that focus on a particular experience. And these are targeted to increase the impacts for enhancing happiness. So, the interventions based on savoring, where you are taught how to savor the moment, how to savor the experience. So when you are savoring these experiences, this will impact your happiness. This will impact your cognitive feelings. This will impact your positive emotions. So if you have savoring, if you're experiencing savoring, if you're using those thoughts and action to increase positive experiences in your life, you are able to withdraw more from the same life, from the same moment, from the same surroundings. You are in a position to extract more as compared to those who are not practicing savoring. So savoring encourages the person to grab every little aspect of experience, your physical experience, sensory experience, emotional experience, social experience, all type of experiences are involved and imbibed into single one to give you more pleasurable experience of the moment. There, in every technique, in every intervention, I will be talking of two techniques. How can you enhance the same thing? So if we talk of savoring, there are two techniques. The two techniques that I will be talking about, how you can enhance savoring, is share your good feelings with others. Like your life is for certain going to give you, life is giving you certain good things. Like you are joined together, you are doing a degree, the score that you are having, it's only your mindset that the score that you're having, whether you're able to enjoy that or not. A person with 99.99% might be unhappy, while a person who has passed the class with 49% might be really happy and throwing parties. So how are you reacting to what you have is what savoring is. So if you're sharing your good feelings with others, do not keep your good feelings with your own self. If you are sharing your good feelings to others, the impact that those good feelings are having on you, it increases multifolds, and you feel even better after sharing. So if you have achieved anything in your life, every day, I'm not talking about the one lifetime achievement of your life. No, I'm talking of those small, those little moments of life when you feel good. Share your feel good moments with others. Like if you are, going to the university, and on the path itself you've watched something really beautiful, or you just happen to just, look at a beautiful flower that was in full blossom, and you liked it. So if you saw that flower, you felt the beauty, you felt the happiness, and you're keeping up to yourself, you feel happy. But if you go to the university, you talk to your colleagues about how happy you feel after watching such a beauty, what you're doing is you're giving yourself the same experience again. You're going through those moments again, and the same type of happiness that that flower has given you, you're experiencing the same happiness again this time. And not only same happiness, but you would find that the happiness is enhanced. Talk about the same experience to somebody else. So when you talk to somebody else, that is the second time that you're sharing, you would see that you're able to focus more on the beauty of the flower. And the third time that you explain, you would feel that yes, the happiness is enhancing. You're feeling even better about what you have experienced in the morning. And by the end of the day, you are, having a memory because you've been sharing. That means you've been repeating. That means the retention of the moment in your memory system, in your cognitive system, is strong. You're strengthening that retention system. And that strong retention system, while you are busy at focusing the beauty of life, what happens is you're not able to focus on something that is not so beautiful in the day. So at the end of the day, what you remember is how beautiful my day was. Second technique, which again is a very small technique, is severing the past. All of us have our own pasts, our own stories. Some stories are really very good, very motivating, very encouraging, very, they give boost to us. But there are certain memories that are not so good. So severing the past is whatever has happened in your past. There's no way that you can change your past. You do not have a time machine to go back in the time and, rewind it and relive the past to change it. No, you do not have that facility. You do not have that ability. So what you have is whatever past you have had, live that past, relive that past, redefine that past. Focus on what learning you're getting from that past. Give your past a very beautiful form. Like even if you have failed in certain grade in your past, think of the beauty that you have had in that failure. Now, failure, is it beautiful? Do we really have anything beautiful from, for remembering from our past, from our failure? Yes, we do have. Because failure or bad experiences are something that might not be in your hands. But then the learning from the failure is in your hands. So if you're focusing on the learning that failure has given, focus on the reasons why you failed. Focus on what you could have done and give it a good form. Give it a beautiful form. Create a beautiful memory out of your failure. And, not only experience it after giving a good form, but also keep sharing with others. Why? Because if my past was beautiful, yes, I have good memories and I feel good about my past and the good memories that it brings to you. But if there was something bad that has happened in my past, if I'm not sharing it with others, if I'm not bringing it to my conscious mind, what it is doing, it is subconsciously disturbing me. And this disturbance is not letting me, have a sound sleep. It's not letting me live in patience. So I need to remove this disturbance from my life. I need to make peace with my past. And the only way to make peace with the past is sever it, make it beautiful, give it a beautiful form, and share that beautiful story with everyone. Bring it to your conscious mind. Give your conscious mind the feed that whatever you are right now, for certain, you're something better than what you were. So if you're better than something you were, for certain, it is because of your past. That now you are a better person than what you were yesterday. So give that past, create a beautiful memory from that past. Be happy with your past. Be at peace with your past. And then only you would be able to fully enjoy your present. The next one in the series comes gratitude, which is my favorite. My personal favorite is gratitude. Gratitude is, recognizing, it is giving acknowledgement in goodness, acknowledging the goodness that exists around us. There are so many good things that exist around us. There are so many good things that people do for us. Many people, not only one. So there are so many good things, good deeds that people do for us. But do we really take that pause and say gratitude? Do we ever, express our gratitude? Or we are just too busy living our routine lives that we forget to pay gratitude to many of our helpers? Like, just stop and see how many times have you said a thank you to your mother for doing all the stuff that she does for you? For how many times did you say a thank you to your father for putting in that many efforts to give that good education to you? For how many times have you stopped and said a word of gratitude to your sibling who has really contributed a lot to your success? No, we don't do. We generally take these people and things for granted. So gratitude is your ability to recognize. First, you recognize that you have something good, and then acknowledge the people behind it. What gratitude does is it evokes those strong feelings of positivity in you, and it evokes those strong feeling of positivity not only in you but in the other person also. That is the one who's paying gratitude and the one who's receiving those feelings. Both of them get those positive feelings once the gratitude is shown. Gratitude may be shown in two ways. First is self-reflective and the second is interactive method. Whatever method you may take, but make it a habit to show gratitude. Self-reflective is when you tell those thankful feelings to your own self. You do not share them with others, but you only keep them to yourself. And then they're not coming out. But then you know that you have been thankful and that makes you feel good. And the next one is interactive method, where you share your feelings with others. And once you share your feelings with others, you're spreading that positivity. You're enhancing. You're giving away those positive emotions, and not only you, but the person whom you're sharing these positive feelings with also feels good. So how can you enhance your gratitude-paying attitude? Is again, I'm talking about two techniques how you can do them. First one is keep a gratitude journal. Keep a small diary with you every day. You can begin with it today itself, or you can begin with it right now. Right now, as you sit at your home and you're having your laptop in front of you, you can open a Word document, give it a very beautiful form, or you can create a PowerPoint presentation, give it a very beautiful design. Give it a heading, gratitude journal, and then write the date, today's date. Writing the date, write any 3 things that you're thankful for today. Like, you may be thankful to Red Talks for organizing it. You may be thankful for the internet today, that you've had a flawless connection and you were able to hear the talks. So just find it out, whatever good has happened, and write down any 3 things that have happened good in the day. Make it a habit that each day, at the end of the day, you're writing the 3 things down. It's all in your attitude that creates the difference. Like today, in the day, what I had was my child hurt his knee. But then in my gratitude journal, I can write, I'm thankful to God that my child only hurt his knee. He could have broken his leg. But it's such a beautiful thing that he has only hurt his knee. And I appreciate the way that he strongly has handled it. You know, this small attitude change has created a change in the entire situation. And this has created a change in how you take your life. So maintain a gratitude journal, keep your entries every day, and gradually you would see that your life is changing. You're having more happiness around you. You're giving more happiness. You're receiving more happiness from others. The second one is gratitude visit. So, okay, these are COVID times. We may restrict our visits for some time. But then who says I cannot talk to others? You can simply get up, dress up, show up, make a video call to your friend or maybe some other significant person who has done something good to you. Just make a call and say, I'm really grateful to you because you've done such a good thing for me. And see how happy you feel after it, how happy the other person feels after this. And also consciously feel that this is the happiness that you have given to that person. Maybe you're the one who has made his day. Maybe today that person is happy only because you have shared this thing. So if you are, regularly doing this thing, if you make it a point that every day I'm going to pay my gratitude to somebody else, I am going to make this gratitude visit. Maybe every day, maybe weekly, maybe monthly, you may decide your own frequencies. But the more frequently you do it, better you're going to feel. You would tend to be more happy. And if it comes in your habit, what you'll do is you would invite more cooperation from others because others know that you have a heart full of gratitude. The next one is optimism. Again, your mental attitude, about my attitude, this attitude of yours, it makes you believe in favorable end results. Whatever efforts you're putting in, you know that the results are going to be favorable. Like for this video, I had to do research. I had to create a PowerPoint presentation. I am shooting a video right now for you so that it may be delivered to you. And if I'm doing with the attitude that whatever I'm doing, the results will be worth it, you will see that the results are worth it. So optimism is your tendency, your attitude, your mental setup that says, yes, you're putting in the efforts and the results will be worth it. It is your confidence. It is your positive attitude that says everything is going to be fine. Everything is going to be perfect. So interventions that have optimism as a concept, they are based on creating those positive outcomes by setting realistic expectations. Now, when we say setting realistic expectations, that means set those expectations from yourselves that you believe you can achieve. The two small techniques. The first one is imagine yourself. Today is 2020. Imagine yourself in 2025, 5 years from now. Where do you see yourself? Now, you may have any target for you. You may set any target for you. Now, being realistic is, you know what your worth is, you know how much efforts you can put in. So set your target accordingly. You might just have reset your target, but it doesn't matter. So the target that you have, do you know the skill set that is required? Do you have that skill set? Yes, I have that. No, I don't have that. If I have that, I'm going to polish it and I will get my target. If I do not have that, I'm going to work upon it. I know this is the skill that I need to acquire. I will acquire it. I'll work upon it and I'll get my target. So this is being realistic, not only dreaming of what you're going to be, but making conscious efforts in being what you want to be. The next one is life summary. Create a story from your own life, a story that you would proudly share with your children, that this is how I lived my life, and my life was full of happiness. So create a positive story from your own life. You know, if you're given an opportunity that a movie will be based on your life, so how are you going to present yourself as a hero? A hero that has learned from the mistakes, a hero that has grown through the failures, a hero that has encountered many difficult situations, but every time has come out as a winner. So at the end, what you'll have is a happy life, a peaceful life. Empathy, the act of being aware, being sensitive, and viciously experiencing the emotions of other people around you. The interventions that include empathy, they are focused on strengthening those positive emotions in interpersonal relationships for the healthy social bonds that are essential. These bonds are required for happiness and for inner peace. We need to feel what others around us are feeling in order to decrease the pain that is existing around us. And when you decrease the pain, or when you contribute your bit in decreasing the pain around you, you gain happiness. Very small techniques. Practice curiosity as a habit. Curiosity and empathy, what do they have to do with each other? They have to do with each other. Don't be judgmental. You know, people, everyone, all of us, we are leading, we are fighting our own battles. You never know what other person is going through. Imagine you're driving on the road and somebody from the side has just passed too fast and you're furious at the rash driving that the person has shown. And you're like, what sort of a person he is? This is being judgmental. Curiosity is wait a moment before passing the judgment. Try to find out why the person was in such a haste. You may observe that the person was having his ill mother sitting there in the car who needed medical services in emergency, and the person had to drive rash. Now see, this one thing has changed your reaction. You're not angry now. You can empathize with the person. So be curious, find out the reasons behind obvious, so that you can go to the true reasons and you can be at peace with yourself. You can be happy with your own self. Widen your circle. When you're talking to more and more people, you are in a position to learn their perspectives. If you're connected to a less number of people or no people at all, your perspectives are limited. Your perspectives are narrow. Broaden your circle. Broaden your thoughts. Open up your mind. Incorporate more. Learn more. Something that might be right for you might not be right for some other person. But you would get to know about the other person's view only if you get to know the person. Unless you know the person, you would not be able to understand what the person is going through. Coming to the last one, kindness, the most beautiful one, the action of gentleness towards others, irrespective of what they do. What they do is their life. What they do is their attitude. What they do is what they are. It has got nothing to do with you. You choose to be gentle with others, no matter what. Interventions that include kindness they are focused on being more friendly, more generous, more compassionate, more considerate towards the world outside. Small techniques: be kind to yourself, for you cannot pour out of an empty cup. To share something with someone, you first need to have it yourself. Unless you have it with you, you can never share it with anybody. So first of all, fill up your cup. Be kind to yourself. Be considerate to yourself. You know, the most harsh words that we ever speak up, we speak those words to us, to our own selves, not with anybody else. Like, if you fail, you blame yourself. You say such harsh words to yourselves. Others around you will be saying, no, it's okay. You would do better next time. You would learn from this failure. You have done something, you have done your efforts, something that was not in your hands. And this is why you're having these results. But you would be like, no, it is all because of me. I should have done more efforts. Be kind to yourself. Consider yourself as some other person at that time. And imagine what you would have said to that other person. You would have given love to that person. You also deserve the same love from yourself. Love yourself. Be kind to yourself. Use your coins to make someone else's day. Small coins, small things, tits and bits that are lying here and there. Like you're driving, you go to a toll plaza, the person gives you some change and the change is lying out there in your car. And you don't even remember how much money is lying out there. Give that money to someone else. For you, that money might not be significant, but for someone else, it can buy a meal. You know, those coins that are lying as extras in your car can make somebody's days. So with this, the small kindness talks, with small habit changes in you, if you're incorporating these small 10 techniques that I have shared with you right now, you would see that your level of happiness is increasing. And it is increasing, and it is increasing, and it would keep on increasing every day. And you would have so much of peace in your mind. Stay happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. We have in our midst Dr. Vivekananda Chakraborty, National Awardee Headmaster, Midnapur Town School Heritage, Ravindranath Researcher and Writer, Kolkata, West Bengal, India. Dr. Vivekananda Chakraborty has been working in the field of educational literature for more than 3 decades. He holds his postgraduate and PhD in English literature. He is also a prideful recipient of 2 doctorate in literatures, D.Lits. He has authored 14 books to his credit, and his books on Tagore have won global recognition. He is a celebrated Tagore researcher. University of Cambridge in UK has conferred upon him Certificate of Honor. University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia invited him to deliver key talk in a technical session of International Conference 2019, where he was conferred on the Best Principal of the Year 2019 award. He is conferred with the designation of CPS Peace Ambassador by Center for Peace Studies, Sri Lanka in 2019. He was invited as an international speaker to Global Gurus Conclave 2019 held at Rose Hotel, Nehru Palace, New Delhi, where he delivered speech on value education and was conferred on Innovative Principal of the Year award in 2019. He is a prominent academician, administrator, author, trainer, columnist, Rabindranath researcher, and motivational speaker of national and international repute. He carves a niche for himself and has emerged as a veteran crusader, maintaining remarkable consistency in his vision and mission. He has been invited as a guest of honor speaker in more than 25 international conferences held in India and abroad. He has attended on invitation as speaker in more than 50 national seminars organized by University Grants Commission in different states of India. He has published more than 50 research papers in different international peer-reviewed reputed journals. He has been duly conferred as Distinguished Fellow Member of 4 international organizations: International Multidisciplinary Research Foundation, International Benevolent Research Foundation, International Academic Researchers Association, and South Asian Institute for Advanced Research and Development. Honors and awards have been showered upon him for his outstanding contribution in the field of education, literature, and culture. Till this date, he has bagged more than 70 national and international awards. Honorable Governors of West Bengal Gopalakrishna Gandhi and Keshara Tripathi and Honorable Governor of Tripura Prasad Tatgata Roy felicitated him for his outstanding performances. He is also a national level resource person on personality development, communication skills, and interview skills. He is the recipient of National Award to Teachers 2015. This award was conferred upon him by the Honorable President, Government of India. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us, accepting our kind request, and being with us. A long associate of IMRF and Red Talks, Dr. Vivekananda Chakraborty is a motivational figure. Sir, we request you to kindly speak to our audience. Thank you.
This is an international conference on advanced research in social sciences, humanities, and education 2020. This conference is jointly organized by Daily Red Talks International, IIM Australia, IIST Malaysia, DRPF Macedonia, and IMRF Thailand. At the outset, I would like to offer my deep regards to Professor Dr. Ratnakar D. Bala, who is the conference chairman and director research, Red Talks International. Dr. Ratnakar is also CEO and director academics, IMRF Institute for Research and Education. I would like to offer my gratitude to the executives of IIM Australia, IIST Malaysia, DPRF Macedonia, and IMRF Thailand. My greetings to those who are with me today while I deliver this speech. The topic of my speech is contemporary issues and challenges in the Indian education system. What is education? Education is all-round development. education is for employment. Education is for all-round development. Education is for employment. Swami Vivekananda said, the education is not the amount of information that is put into your brain and runs riot there undigested. We must have man making, character building and assimilation of ideas. If we have assimilated only 5 ideas and have made them our life and character, we have more education than a man who has got by heart a whole library. So, Swamiji emphasized on man making education. At the same time, the aim of education should be employment. If after completion of academic degrees and diplomas, the learners are not employed, the whole purpose of education will have no effect to the society. It is generally hyped that India has a strong educational structure with premier education. The different yardsticks such as new courses, changing curriculum, dynamic methodologies and teachers training facilitate in delivery of quality content. E-learning, student friendly learning, increased adoption of extra and co-curricular activities, etc. in India attract students from the other countries such as China, Canada, South Africa, Germany, USA, UK and Australia. However, if one sees the employability of the output, the status of unemployment and underemployment, the results are not encouraging. Though the Indian education system is dynamic, though the Indian education system is advanced and these attract the learners from other countries of the world, but the employability is not in a good position. The employability after the completion of education is not in a good position in our country, and there is also underemployment. That is, a learner who has completed masters or PhD, he or she is applying for a job as a 4th class staff in any institution, because they are not getting job according to their suitability. It is grieved that there is lack of quality education for the poor, and only a small fraction of students, around 1/10 from schools, go for higher studies. This is very discouraging to us, that only 1/10 of the total students from the school level they go for higher education in India. It is criticized widely that many students study through memorization, and every program is planned exam oriented and not learning oriented. This is also the lacuna in our system of education, that almost all the students depend on memorization, the powers of memory. They do not apply their powers of imagination, their powers of creativity, their powers of thinking. At the same time, our evaluation system is also exam oriented, not learning oriented. Learning oriented evaluation is to be emphasized, but in our system it is emphasized on marks, it is emphasized on examination, how one could do well in the exam. Hence, India's education system is a stumbling block in achieving its objectives of economic development. Besides, value based education system which empowers youth for self sustainability is also neglected. The emphasis is given on information in different branches of knowledge, but value based education is neglected. But we know that to develop the self sustainability of the learners, value based education should be introduced in our educational system. So, there are two lacuna. One is on employability and another is value based education is neglected in our educational system. I would like to evaluate the issues and challenges in the Indian educational system and to provide solutions. Indian education system. What are the systems of Indian education? India is known for its educational excellence. Indian education has recently gained global recognition with its distinguished diverse character. Different curriculum bodies govern the school education system in India. They are the National Council of Educational Research and Training, NCERT. This is one of the curriculum bodies, NCERT, National Council of Educational Research and Training. There are state government bodies also. In different states there are different bodies. Central Board of Secondary Education, CBSE, the Council of Indian School Certificate Examination, the National Institute of Open Schooling, NIOS, Islamic Madrasa School Boards, autonomous schools like Woodstock School, Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education, Auroville, Patho Bhavan and Ananda Marga Gurukula. International schools under the International Baccalaureate or the Cambridge open schooling system by the state or central government. There is also private and government schools. There are schools owned by government as well as private bodies. Government aided or self-financed, and private schools are also there in our country. Private schooling has been growing continuously and found desirable by the people irrespective of their socio-economic status. It is found that there is a huge demand for admission in private schools, well organized, well managed private schools rather than some government schools. There are some international schools also. A huge number of international schools have been established in different states of India. The demand is growing day by day. Higher education. I have pointed out about school education, the different curriculum bodies, government bodies, non-government organization, private schools and international schools. And what is about higher education? What is about higher education in our state? India has a large number of central universities, state universities and private universities also. The University Grants Commission coordinates, determines and maintains the standards of higher education at various levels. The bodies responsible for the different professional programs are All India Council for Technical Education, Indian Council for Agriculture Research, Distance Education Council, National Council for Teacher Training, Bar Council of India, Medical Council of India, Indian Nursing Council, Central Council of Homeopathy, Pharmacy Council of India, Central Council of Indian Medicine and Dentist Council of India. So, these are the bodies, these are the foundations which control the higher education, but the colleges and universities are fully controlled by University Grants Commission. Open and distance learning. At the school level, National Institute of Open Schooling and similar other institutions provide opportunities for continuing education to those who missed completing school education. A various state government also introduced state open school to provide distance education. Say for instance, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Indira Gandhi National Open University, this is controlled by central government, and Netaji Subhas Open University, this is controlled by state government of West Bengal. The Distance Education Council, an authority of IGNOU, is coordinating state open universities and institutions of correspondence courses in conventional universities. Vocational education. All India Council of Technical Education reported that there were about 5,000 vocational institutions that offer degree, diploma and post diploma in different streams. Total annual intake capacity for technical diplomas and degrees exceeded 34 lakhs. Issues and challenges. What are the issues in Indian education system and what are the challenges we have to face and what are the solutions that are to be discussed? India has been a multicultural, multilingual, multi-religious country. Every state has a different and distinct identity. Dealing with various aspirations of such people in a democratic country is indeed a challenge to the government of India. The various issues are outlined with this: lack of quality education. From the recent report, it is found that in the top 100 universities listed by Times Higher Education World Reputation Rankings, none of the Indian universities could be found in the list. This is surprising that we have advanced technology, we are doing a lot for the development of education, but in the globe there is not the name of any university from India in the top 100 universities of the world. In the recent rankings by the HRD Ministry, only 2,995 institutions participated from around 51,000 strong higher educational institutions in India. There is severe regional imbalance too. In the overall rankings of the 100 best institutions, 67 are from just 8 states. Among the best 100 universities, 40 are from 3 states, and among the best 100 colleges, 77 are from just 5 states. Another issue is corruption in education, malpractices in education. This is also another issue. Corruption in Indian education system has been eroding the quality of education all over the country. It is one of the major contributors to domestic black money. Payment to management at dark rooms and seeking admissions. Payment to management in dark rooms and seeking admissions in reputed academic institutions is increasing. Get full salary in the account, pay back a part to management by blank check is also a practice in some private schools. And what is the result? The result is that the less merited students get chances for admission into good institutions, reputed institutions, providing donations. At the same time, the substandard teachers, with a condition to pay back the money to the management, they are getting chance as a teacher in some schools, and this is hampering the quality of education. Another important thing is that value education is not offered in schools and colleges. If offered, religion and hatred are spread in the name of value education. We want the enhancement of value education, not the religious education. Many of the doctors, lawyers, CAs, politicians and government servants who are supposed to be the saviors of the society suffer from serious charges of corruption. Old age homes are increasing, that is, the doctors, the engineers, the teachers, the professors, it is supposed that they will be honest in their work. Instead, they are involved in corruption. The only reason is that the value education has not been introduced in our educational system. We see that the successful professionals, after they get job, after they get married, they try to shift their old parents to old age home, which is regarded as inhuman, and this tendency is gradually increasing, and the reason is that this is due to the lack of value education in our educational system. Suicides are increasing. The talented students, it is found, it is seen that the talented students, they get involved in taking drugs. The talented students, they are committing suicide after depression, and this is the reason that they have not been given the value education, the moral education in schools or colleges. So, lack of value education is also one issue in Indian education system. Poor women's education. Women have a much lower literacy rate than men. Conservative cultural attitudes prevent girls from attending schools, despite government's attempts to provide incentives like midday meals, free books, uniforms. Girls' attendance is poor. Though the minimum age for marriage is 18, many girls get married much earlier. Therefore, at the secondary level, female dropout rate is high. So, though we are advancing with the advancement of science and technology, with the advancement of international stature, in India still there is deficiency. In India still there is deficiency of consciousness for the education of the girl student. Curriculum is huge. There are many different curriculum systems that confuse the students who wish to achieve the same objectives such as engineering, medical and business administration. At the higher education level, there is no uniformity in the syllabuses taught for the same program. Syllabus revision is done quite often without considering the contemporary requirements of industries. There is lack of diversity in the subjects one can take in colleges. Flexibility to crossover streams is also lacking. So, this is also a problem in our country regarding curriculum. Curriculum is not uniform and there is no flexibility to cross over stream by the learners. Wrong societal outlook. For governments, more scoring is success. English is becoming the measure of intellect. Hence, parents of today take least interest in vernacular medium of education. Due to the perceived notion of inferior quality, government schools are becoming the last choice for many. Education seeking migration has become a matter of pride for many families. Many families, they are shifting their sons and daughters from vernacular school to English medium schools. Most of the school students spend majority of their learning time in preparing for competitive exam, coaching classes to flourish due to his unwarranted competition, leading to a class divide. So, these are the issues in Indian education system, and I have found out some solutions how to challenge these problems in our system, giving more significance to primary and secondary education. Primary education is the backbone of education system of a country. Primary education is the foundation. A construction is based on its foundation, and primary education is the foundation. Primary education is the foundation of a learner, but this education is neglected. If the teachers at primary and secondary levels are unskilled, not qualified, and less paid, all further studies will be in stake. If the payment is not given to the teachers properly, the unskilled and underqualified teachers will come to the school. Hence, more attention is required on primary education rather than higher education. Presently, higher education institutions compete to get quality students. The weaker and less reputed colleges end up with poor students. This affects consecutively the employability of youth and creates a class divide. So, emphasis is to be given on primary education. It is the duty of the government, it is the duty of the policy makers of the government that necessary steps are to be taken, necessary arrangements are to be made for the development of primary and secondary education. Giving importance to technology in education, India has to embrace computer and high speed internal technology. Our educational delivery mechanisms should take the wealth of human capital to the masses. The models of brick and mortar schools, colleges and universities will have to be integrated and interlinked with ICT. The government should invest more in technological infrastructure that will ease the knowledge accessibility. So, there should be arrangements for technology based classroom, there should be arrangements for technology based teaching, and if this is not taken proper care, we will not get the desired result. Innovations and creativity are to be encouraged. The system should reward those who deserve. In our system, the reward are given to those who deserves highest academic honor. But I think the crammers should not be rewarded. Our testing and marking systems need to be built to recognize original contributions, creativity, problem solving and innovation. That is, innovation and creativity are to be emphasized, not the rote learning. In our system, we give importance on rote learning, we give importance on achieving good marks in the exam, but we do not evaluate, we do not assess the creativity or the innovation of the learners. This is to be taken proper care of. Personalize the education. Indian education system is built on the assumption that if a thing is good for one child, it is good for all. But one massive education system cannot be suitable to all. Some people are visual learners, others are auditory learners. Some kids learn faster, some do slow. The syllabus should be designed in such a way that every learner's latent ability is identified and motivated. Hasty and fast learning should be discouraged. That is, the personality, individuality, it is to be taken with proper care. Teacher's training. A teacher is an entrepreneur and creator. The performance of a teacher should not be restricted to classroom. It needs to be opened up for the world to see with internet. There has to be leaders in teaching positions, not salaried people holding their mantle. Hence, regular training of the teacher is necessary. Changing the aptitude to teach. Teaching jobs are widely regarded as safe, well paid and risk free jobs. Most of the teachers do not want to change. As they become experienced, they get septic and not even think of the nature and need of the students. Understanding the present generation is the necessity. Guidelines should be made in this direction. Emphasis is to be given on character building of the learners. Education without character is abortion and will create divisions in the society. A country that lowers the quality of education and allows score competition in exam will collapse. The mystified doctors, less skilled engineers, cowardly judges, money minded accountants, greedy businessmen, inhuman preachers and ignorant teachers cannot serve the economy of a country. So, character building is also necessary. Swami Vivekananda, Rabindranath Tagore, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan and all other thinkers of the world, greatest thinkers of the world, they emphasized on character building. The aim of education should be character building. If the character is not built, this result will happen, that is mystified doctors, less skilled engineers, cowardly judges, money minded accountants, greedy businessmen, inhuman preachers. The society will give birth of these unwanted persons if in our system of education the character building is neglected. Dealing with corruption strictly. Corrupt politicians supported by corrupt followers and corrupt police force are increasing. Frauds, burglaries, rape and sexual harassment cases are rising. Government recruited bank managers work against the government's development policies, printing of fake notes, introduction of plastic rice, egg, cabbage, etc. are becoming uncontainable. Adulteration is everywhere and in everything. Fruits become ripe with chemicals. Even the small kids' products are adulterated. The government should deal with such unscrupulous people severely. So, the government is to be strict in fighting the corruption in the country. If the government officers, if the ministers, if the policy makers, they are corrupted, they will not be able to fight against the corruption in our country. Make education affordable to all. If we have to see our country as a knowledge economy, we need to offer quality education to all and not rationing of education. Admissions in educational institutions should not be on caste or religion basis. Financial support to students based on caste and religion should be immediately stopped. It is seen that people earning good amount of income enjoy government incentives and they become inactive comparatively due to the caste religion benefits. Baseless reservations create a social division and lead to brain drain. Reservation will vanish if the scarcity in education is avoided. Nationalization in education. Education in India has been regulated on a not to profit basis. This encourages corrupt people, money launderers and politicians to use education institutions to hide their black money and earn heavy income from education business through clever structuring. Government cannot regulate them, hence it is high time to private educational institutions in tune with federal structure and compensate the investors sufficiently. Education up to 10th should be made free of cost. And I would like to conclude this suggestion that education is a country's lifeline and it has to be given more importance than defense in any country. There is a dire need for revolutionary changes in the India's education system, not only in the syllabus and pedagogy, but also in the attitude towards the test and marks system. India can use its vast human resources productively if the learning system is made effective. As a child is born, it is painted with religion and caste by the cowardly society and is bombarded with all biased thoughts and unruly philosophies. Every child has unlimited potential and it should be allowed to be free from all sorts of ill thoughts. It should be taught to reduce the inequality. We can do a lot, but we are not working with required seriousness. If the government schools are failing, it is primarily because of non-availability of absence of good teachers, no headmasters for governance, lack of initiatives by teachers, lack of guidance to students, lack of infrastructure, increased involvement of politicians and more bureaucratic control. Indifferent parents including government school teachers, MPs, MLAs and ministers send their wards to private schools. It is a shameful situation. The government will have to work on it seriously. It is found that the MPs, MLAs and teachers, they are sending their sons or daughters to private schools, as the private schools are managed very in organized way with discipline and there is a good environment of education, and these are lacking in government schools. But government should take care of good management in the government schools. The schools Kendriya Vidyalaya and Navodaya Vidyalaya are far better than public schools. The way of teaching is superb. The qualifications of teachers are unmatchable. These schools are doing wonders, providing not only quality education but also opportunity to excel. No private school can match their infrastructure. Both are government schools with very low fee. Why can't we adopt the same philosophy in all government schools? Why all other government schools are not similar like Kendriya Vidyalaya or Navodaya Vidyalaya? This is to be found out. Governments do a lot in education but not fetching the results, since the attempts are neither completely organized nor consistent. The system of education should be learner centric rather than mark centric. Children must be allowed to choose subjects according to their interests. They should be encouraged to research on their own from library books and the internet and share them in the class. This will help them to develop self-confidence, self-dependence and openness to criticism. Employability is a serious problem today. Somehow people get degrees and become unemployed or underemployed. The quality of education is directly linked to the resources available, and it is important for the government to improve resource allocation to bring about qualitative changes in the field of education. Though the number of students and programs increases every year, India has failed to produce world class universities both in the private sector or the public sector. The scarcity of quality education should be avoided. The central government should allocate enough money to open new schools, colleges and universities, overhaul the entire system and invest in technology and innovation related to the education system. Every child born in this country should have equal opportunity to learn, grow and excel in life with quality education blended with character. A vibrant nation is created by the energetic youth and active media. The youth and media can be positive only if the politicians are honest and responsible. The youth and media can be positive only if the politicians are honest and responsible. So, the politicians are to be honest, they are to be responsible. I do submit some recommendations, some suggestions for the development of education in our country. Indian government needs to invest heavily in infrastructure and teachers training. At least 8 to 10% of India's GDP must be invested in the education sector. Malnutrition affects the children. Poverty and nutrition deficiency should be taken care of, which is the bounden duty of the government. Teachers should encourage creativity in students. The latter should be exposed to economic, environmental and societal problems. The strength of a class should not be more than 25 at school and 50 at higher education level. A child cannot get the required attention of a teacher if the strength is unreasonable. Exams should be tuned to assess the students' understanding of the subject. Syllabuses learnt by students should be the same when the same exam is to be appeared. Extracurricular activities, sports activity, NSS, NCC etc. should be started compulsorily at school level. Education oriented excursions, tours should be made a part of the curriculum. The contents such as ethics in life, value building, understanding of society, patriotism, greatness of leaders and sacrifices of parents need to be covered compulsorily in a subject in schools at every level. Teaching religion should be blocked at school. Quality seminars, conferences and workshops should be organized to train the trainers to cope up with the changing culture and the changing needs of the students and the society. Skill development, which is the government is doing now, need to be strengthened. Proper measures should be taken by government to provide quality education to all at affordable prices. Reservation system and management quota system be abolished. Ownership of educational units by politicians and religious groups should be discouraged. Unwanted competitions among educational institutions should be avoided. Media should become more responsible. Every news agency should publicize every day at least one incident on the need of quality education and the change required in people for a healthy nation. Teaching should be the highest paid service in the country. Uniform salaries should be paid to all teachers all over the country. These are some suggestions that I put forward for contemplation, for
Now we invite Dr. Shweta Mishra, music psychologist and therapist, Indian classical vocalist, research supervisor associated with Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Shweta Mishra, music psychologist and therapist, Indian classical vocalist, All India radio artist, and currently associated with Banasthali University, Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan as a research supervisor. I am also associated with various universities across the globe as a visiting faculty. By far, I have published more than 50 research papers in national and international journals, and I also have authored a book titled Musically Inclined Personality and Behavior, The Unknown Connection. And today I'm here to present my paper on music education, the cognitive benefits, and Bollywood to healthy sense, part to healthy aging, along with Professor Ina Shastri, Dean Faculty of Fine Arts and Head of Department of Performing Arts, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan. So before I begin with my presentation, let me give you a quick introduction that music education is very important to be inculcated in today's curriculum, in today's education system. It is no secret that music has a wonderful effect on all the listeners, and it is no secret that tangible effects of beyond enjoyment into the classroom as well. Over the last several decades, many studies have taken place showing just how important exposure to music and music education is to human development. Test scores, numerical evaluation, speed, efficiency, even verbal interactions are just a scratch on the surface of these findings. It is wonderful to note that regardless of the never-ending discoveries researchers are making, there are always more reasons for people to develop into the world of music. Apart from the massive cognitive benefits, music has been tested to demonstrate a unique sense of tranquility and peace for those who suffer from PTSD or trauma-based disabilities. Music therapy has been linked to reduction of stress as well as the spatial recognition of good and bad sounds that can help reestablish a PTSD's victims' connection to their surroundings. This even translates to those with traumatic brain injuries or developmental disabilities. Whether it is a memory communication or providing a fun and ingrainable way to complete a task, there is a long and a growing track record of disability success stories when it comes to what music can accomplish. So let's see, what are the benefits of music education? So benefits of music education at early age. So it's really important to include the music education at the earliest curriculum when the children or when the child is a toddler. It will help them to develop a social and emotional behavior. There will be a great cognitive improvement, music, physical improvement, language and literacy. So today, this particular slide deals with all kinds of, the activities, the musical activities that need to be inculcated or included in the curriculum at the earlier age. So social and emotional, like explore and discuss feelings, share with others, show pride in achievement, contribute in group and games, and respect others. For language and literacy, you can have a develop self-expression, create imaginary play, use voice expressively, make up stories and rhymes, match pitch with singing voices. Music, find and develop singing voices, build vocabulary of musical terms. It's like using prayers that child does in the morning, or rhymes or poems that helps them to express themselves musically, and that also develops their vocabulary as well. Cognitive, how to develop a cognitive through a musical activities, label colors and shapes, identify objects, repeat songs and stories. For physical, hop, skip and walk to music, draw simple objects, build with blocks, play instruments with mallet, jump all over the small objects. And what are the cognitive benefits with this benefit of music education at the earlier child development? So let's say the cognitive development, problem solving, listening and concentration, teamwork, voice expression, self-expression. For language, obviously sound, repetition, rhyme, motor skills like hand and eye coordination, grip and strength, and emotional skills, bonding, safe and secure, confidence in oneself, which is really important to develop in a child since the initial phase. So what are the health benefits of music education? So it doesn't matter, like if you are having a music education via, like say you're learning a vocal, or you're learning a music, or you're into musical theory, somewhere or the other, if you're related to music education in any forms, then obviously it's going to have a great benefit, health benefits on you. It has a positive effect on your health. So here I have compiled some important 10 health benefits that can happen due to music education. First, it reduces stress and anxiety. It helps you to fight against stress and anxiety. Music, yes. It improves immune functioning, motivates to exercise more, enhances blood vessels, lowers blood pressure, decrease pain, improves sleep quality. These days people are more exhausted. They are into like stress and anxiety and depression, and same thing is being seen in the children as well, due to maybe exam phobia or something like that. They are into depression as well, and due to that they are losing their sound sleep quality. So music in a way improves sleep quality, so that you can be you don't be in the insomniac phase, where insomnia is something where you have trouble in sleeping. So music helps to improve your sleep quality, which is very important. Boost in memory, improves recovery in stroke patients, and helps you to eat less. So that's mean indirectly, if you eat less, then obviously you are away from obesity, and obesity, which is obviously a call for heart problems or heart diseases, blood pressure, diabetes, and etc. So with music you will eat less, because when you're in tension you tend to eat a lot more, due to which obesity comes. And so in a way, if you are relaxed with music, you're not dealing with stress, it's relaxing your nerves, so you'll eat less. Now, personal development. So what are the personal development with the musical, music education? So music students communicate better with their parents and teacher. Music students are more motivated and efficient. Music makes you a team player. They learn to work in a team. Teaches patience, which is again very important. Several studies have shown that music education creates connection with like-minded people, sense of contribution and belonging. Then you learn the value of self-expression, improves the time management. Music education improves self-image, self-awareness, and develops a positive attitude, which is again very important. A student with music education report to have a greater sense of identity as well. Now, how music education influences your old age. So it doesn't matter if you didn't got the opportunity to learn music at the earlier phase of your life. You can always start learning music or going into music education at whatever age you are, because down the line you need music to keep yourself, your mindset in a positive state of mind. So music education should be included as a part of growing. Music not only supports in building a strong personality and strengthening a mental power, but also helps in aging with a positive mindset. Music education can be inculcated at any time or at any age, because when you have music in your life, you're having a good memory, because music helps to sharp your memories. It keeps your body parts fit and healthy, your heart rate's fit and healthy, and it improves your thought process, because generally when when you're getting old, especially people in the age group of 80 or say 70, they tends to think more about deaths and the disease and stuff. But music in some way or the other helps you to keep you motivated and keep you positive, with positive attitude. At the end, with the conclusion, I would say a key challenge for a successful growing and aging is to discover interventions that prevent age-related cognitive decline. Research has shown that music education enhances cognitive performance, that could be working memory and processing speed, as I said, in healthier, older adults. Music education makes unique demands on our brain. Learning musical skills in later life is a promising intervention to offset the age-related cognitive decline as well. Brain fitness as we age depends considerably on maintaining a healthy, active mind, similar to keeping an active body. At the end, I would like to just quote that whenever we want to improve something, we add music to it. A movie, we add music. Dining experience, we add music. A sports event, music. Political gathering, music. But when it comes to our education system, we take music away to improve it. Why? So we need to make sure that music be a crucial part of lives, our curriculums, and our education system.
Thank you, madam. Now we invite Dr. Jisha A. Prabha, Assistant Professor Home Science, Food and Nutrition, Krishi Vignan Kendra Kottayam, Kerala Agricultural University, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Honorable Chairperson of the session, organizers, fellow delegates, and my dear friends. Myself, Jisha A. Prabha, currently working as Assistant Professor in Home Science, Food and Nutrition at Krishi Vignan Kendra, Kottayam under Kerala Agricultural University. My topic for today's presentation is comparison of dietary diversity and nutrient adequacy of overweight and non-overweight adolescents. An adolescent is a person between 10 to 19 years of age as defined by World Health Organization. A good nutritional status is highly desirable during the period of adolescence in order to prepare them for a healthy adulthood. And adolescents are the future of our nation. But unfortunately, our teenagers are having the worst eating habits, the consequences of which can lead to the coexistence of triple burden of malnutrition, which include the presence of underweight, overweight, and micronutrient deficiency, which is commonly known as hidden hunger. Hence, the present study was undertaken with the objective to compare the dietary diversity score and nutrient adequacy percentage of overweight and non-overweight adolescents. Dietary diversity score. It is a number of different foods or food groups consumed over a given reference period. That means within 1 day or 3 days or for a week. And it's considered as a qualitative measure of nutrition security and diet quality. Nutrient adequacy ratio is the ratio of a particular nutrient intake, actual intake, to that of ICMR recommended RDA. And this can be represented as a ratio or as a percentage. Coming to the research design, the study was a cross-sectional survey conducted at Kottayam district of Kerala. And the sample comprised of 100 overweight and 100 non-overweight boys and girls coming under the age group of 16 to 18 years. And the sample were selected from higher secondary schools of Kottayam district. And the overweight subjects were screened based on the CDC NCHS criteria. Here, boys and girls with body mass index greater than or equal to 85th percentile were selected as overweight subjects and kept as cases, and those subjects with BMI less than 85th percentile were considered as non-overweight or control group. And dietary data was collected by 24-hour recall method. Here, the subjects were asked to recall all the food and drinks consumed over the last 24 hours. And the nutrient intake was calculated using the latest ICMR food composition table. And the nutrient adequacy percentage was calculated by the formula actual nutrient intake by nutrient RDA into 100. And the adequacy was categorized as adequate, inadequate, moderately adequate, like that by Jude et al. And the dietary diversity score was calculated on a 10-point scale. This was a modified or adapted scale of Food and Agricultural Organization's dietary diversity score developed by Kennedy in 2011. A score of 1 was given if a particular item was consumed, and score 0 was given if that particular item was not consumed. Coming to the results, a high dietary diversity, which is considered as a protective factor against obesity and the other related metabolic factors, this was observed more among non-overweight subjects, that is 32%, compared to the overweight subjects. And the chi-score analysis also showed a highly significant association at 1% level between low dietary diversity and overweight. The food group-wise daily dietary diversity showed that all the subjects from both the groups, overweight and non-overweight groups, consumed cereals daily, since rice is the staple food of Kerala. But the consumption of yellow vegetables, dark green leafy vegetable and pulses was noted more among non-overweight subjects compared to the overweight subjects. Yellow vegetables are the best source of beta-carotene, or the precursor of vitamin A, which is a good antioxidant also. Dark green leafy vegetables are the good source of fibrous foods or fiber. Then pulses are the good sources of vegetarian sources of protein and calcium. And fruits, which is supposed to be consumed daily by adolescents, is consumed by only 10% of the overweight and 11% of the non-overweight subjects. And here is the result of nutrient adequacy ratio percentage, or NAR percentage. An acute deficit or inadequate intake of fiber was observed among 32% of the overweight subjects. But the intake of energy, protein and fat was more among overweight subjects compared to the non-overweight subjects. But a good picture of mineral intake was observed among non-overweight subjects compared to the overweight subjects. And the statistical analysis showed that a low fiber intake has positive association with overweight incidence. Hence, the present study concluded that low dietary diversity in the food pattern is a strong risk factor for adolescent obesity. So it is high time to think about it and to make changes in their lifestyle to have a healthy future. What we can do is include variety of food groups and variety within the food groups also. Within the cereal group also, we can include rice, wheat, millets like ragi, tina or barley, like that. And within the leafy vegetables, we can enjoy the variety of leafy vegetables, so that we will get the nutrients or the benefits from all the food groups. And also we can reduce the cumulative toxicity of anything if there is. And agriculture production diversity is positively associated with the dietary diversity, which is related to good nutritional status or household nutrition security. So promoting Nutri-Garden in household will be an obvious approach in this condition. Here, it's a scientific cultivation of Nutri-Gardens. That means we need to include locally available fruits, leafy vegetables, roots and tubers, and other vegetables in the Nutri-Garden cultivation. And factors like poultry, fish, mushroom, goat, cow, honey, all these can be a part of Nutri-Garden or kitchen garden, so that it will provide a better nutrition security within the household itself. So that's all about my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, madam. Now we invite Dr. Shulaja O.R., Assistant Professor, College of Horticulture, Kerala Agricultural University, Thrissur, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
In the new era of technology, every aspect of human life is changing from traditional to innovative methods. This has been reflected in the case of instructional technology also. Formal education has long been dominated by traditional lecture but the learned few impart wisdom to the passive masses through well-conceived but often long and dry oratories. As a result, the student may be a passive recipient of information, raising concerns that the focus is more on mere learning, whereby students only memorize facts in preparation for tests, not in actual field situations. Many new tools and methods are used now to increase the effectiveness of teaching and to improve the comprehension of students in addition to traditional lecture method. My topic of presentation is effectiveness of different instructional methods, a perception analysis. The specific objectives of the study are to study the perception of students on effectiveness of different instructional methods, to analyze the use of different instructional methods in undergraduate teaching, and to study the perception of students on online teaching in COVID scenario. Coming to the methodology, the students who were undergoing BSc Honours Agriculture course at College of Horticulture formed the subjects of the study. The respondents were selected from among the list of students in the first year and final year BSc Agriculture students. 32 students each were selected from these two batches of undergraduate students. The data collected were tabulated and statistical tools like frequency and percentage were used for logical conclusions. Now we shall see the findings of the study. The profile of students revealed that about 19% of first year students taken for study were male and 81% were female. 13% of the final year students sampled in the study were male and 87% female. The combined sample consists of 16% male and 84% of female students. Now we shall see the opinion about effectiveness of each instructional method. For analyzing the perception on effectiveness of different instructional methods, 21 different instructional methods were listed out. The perception of students on the effectiveness of each item was sought. The students were asked to mark their responses on a 5-point continuum: least effective, less effective, neutral, effective, and most effective, which were assigned scores of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 respectively. Only 10 items are listed here which were having higher perception by students. On analyzing the table, we can see that field visit or study tool was rated as the most effective instructional tool by the respondents. About 68% of students responded like that. This was followed by practical classes in the field, about 61%, then work experiences 54%, demonstrations 51%, practical classes in the lab 31%, then brainstorming, workshop, question answer session, etc. A perusal of the table revealed that first years and final years vary in their perception on effectiveness of different instructional tools. About 63% of the first year students perceived field visitor study tool as the most effective instructional tool, followed by demonstrations. About 84% of the final year students perceived practical classes in the field as the most effective instructional method. 75% of them preferred field visitor study tour as the most effective instructional aid, followed by work experiences, demonstrations, practical classes in the lab, and workshop. None of them preferred lecture without any aid. The perception of final year students and first years varied very much. The final year students, they would like to have more practical oriented classes, practical classes in the field. Students preparing for higher studies also value practical sessions in the field as most effective method for better understanding. Now we shall see the frequency of use of different instructional methods. The students were asked to indicate how frequently per semester the technologies were used to support teaching and learning during current semester. The scale used is never used during semester, seldom used, occasionally used, and frequently used. Never, seldom, occasionally, and frequently were given scores of 1, 2, 3, and 4 respectively. From the table, we can see that the combined percentage of first year students and final year students indicated that practical classes in the lab was perceived to be used more than 50% of class sessions. About 78% responded like that. It was followed by lecture. It was followed by lecture using PowerPoint, then assignments, practical classes in the field, lecture using chalkboard or whiteboard, then presentation by students and use of multimedia or field visit, study tour, etc. Another objective was to study the perception of students on physical and virtual classroom. It can be inferred from the table that the online classes conducted during COVID pandemic were perceived as less effective by 86% of students. Only 14% of students perceived it as more effective. They might have got more time to explore new information from internet as they could save their time while being physically present for theory and practical classes. About 92% of the students opined that they prefer offline education in college campus to have more rigorous training and to be developed as good professionals. The interaction with fellow students, seniors and juniors, faculty and other staff were valued much by majority. Now, I shall conclude the topic. The student perception on effectiveness of different teaching aids was found out by ranking different instructional aids. The field visit or study tour was rated as the most effective instructional method as the students get familiarized with crops and cropping patterns which they have not seen before. This was followed by practical classes in the field and work experiences where the students get first-hand experiences of crops and problems in actual field. The students reported that practical classes in the laboratory were most frequently used, followed by lecture using PowerPoint and giving assignments. Offline teaching mode in campus was preferred by most students over online teaching. The teachers can remodulate their teaching in a way that there is a perfect balance between field visits, practical classes, and class lectures so that the students get maximum benefit out of their learning experiences. The pandemic situation should also be taken into due consideration in planning future learning programs. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now we invite Dr. Prasanna Josephine R., lecturer in economics, Government College for Women, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, India, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Everyone, this is Prasanna Josephine, lecturer in economics, Government College for Women, Guntur. This is my study area, women empowerment through girl-child education among backward class community. In country like India, with a high population, development depends on the Human Development Index, which further decide the national income of country. For full development of our human resources, the improvement of human and for molding the characters of children during the most impressionable years of their infancy. The education of girls is of greater importance than that of boys. Most honored and worshipped gender is woman, but suffering with many drawbacks like academic and social inequalities and deprived of many opportunities. In this study, it is proposed to observe the different problem like family, socio-economic conditions, and ethical, religious, and sentimental obstacles, along with different schemes and policy of government prevailing in the contemporary period of girl child among backward class families. Objectives of the study. Number one, to study the problem of pertaining of girl child education among different scheduled backward groups. To examine the socio-economic conditions of backward class families which leads a girl child to drop out from school education. Third, to analyze the scheme and policies existing to find out the drawbacks in the controlling the dropouts of girl child from school education among the backward class. Challenges of girl child education in the backward class community. Number one, the cost of education. Number two, distance to school. Number three, violence at school. Four, gender norms. Fifth one, poverty. Sixth one, early marriage and pregnancy. Major initiatives to improve the girl child education in India. First, number one, Article 15 prohibits the discrimination on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, and place of birth. Article 45, the state shall endeavour to provide early child care and education for all. And other schemes are the children until they complete the age of 6 years, Mahila Samakya program. Fifth one, Mahila Samakya program. Sixth, Kasturi Ba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya scheme. Seventh, National Program for Education of Girl at Elementary Level. 8. Indira Gandhi National Scholarship Scheme. It's provide for single girl child for pursue both. Next, Higher and Technical Education. MHRD Annual Report 2014 and 15. Next one, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Next scheme, Midday Meal Scheme. Okay. Conclusion. It is concluded through that the importance of girl child education identified by all institutions and government to include the productivity, ability of women and empowering women through education from childhood to be a part of socio-economic development of a country, especially country like India, which is on the track of emerging economies. Thank you.
Now we invite Ms. Aishwarya Murali, Faculty in Commerce, and Ms. A. Arsha, Assistant Professor, SCMC School of Technology and Management, Muttom, Alua, Kerala, to kindly present their paper.
Good evening, one and all. Today, myself and my co-presenter, myself Aishwarya Murali, and my co-presenter, Ms. Asha, will be presenting a comparative study on Consumer Protection Act of 2019 and Consumer Protection Act of 1986. So we are very happy to be a part of this conference, and our association with IMRF started in 2016, and we have presented papers in different conferences organized by IMRF in the previous years also. And in the previous conference which was conducted by IMRF, we were a part of that also, and in that also we have presented a paper. So today we are going to give a comparative study. We are going to have a presentation related to the comparative study on the Consumer Protection Act of 1986 and the Consumer Protection Act of 2019. So before moving on to the topic, first, let's have a look into who exactly is a consumer. So all of us know in today's competitive world, a consumer is the most important person whom the organizations have to consider before introducing a product into the market. So most of us use the term consumer as well as the term customer interchangeably. So first, let's have a look into what is the difference between a consumer and a customer. So even though we use the term customer and the consumer interchangeably, there's a difference that exists between both of these. Both of these are not the same. We can say that customer is a subset of consumer. So consumer is a person who ultimately consumes a product. It is not mandatory that the person who have bought the product from the shop is not the person who consumes the product. So that is the main difference that exists between the customer and the consumer. Customer is a person who buys a product, and consumer is a person who ultimately consumes the product. So in today's marketing world, consumer is considered to be the most important person. And we know there are different stages through which the marketing has evolved into a way as we see it now. So during the different stages of marketing, in the ancient times when marketing evolved through different stages, the customer or the consumer was not given much importance. All the activities that the organization focused on was to improve the quality of the product during the production stage, and during the sales stage, the importance is given to increasing the sales. So during all these stages, the customer or the consumer was not given much importance. Before considering what are the needs and wants of the customer, all the products were introduced into the market. And as a result of that, what happened is that the organizations were not able to increase the sales in a long way. So after some time, they identified that it is because of the reason that they are producing the product without considering the needs and requirements of the customer, that their product is not able to bring in much sales. So after some time, during the modern stage of marketing, they started the marketing activities on the basis of the concept that consumer sovereignty exists. Consumer is considered to be the king. So we know that a consumer is a person who has indicated his or her willingness to obtain goods or services from the supplier with the intention of paying for them. So for the consumer, there are different rights for the consumer. As far as a consumer is concerned, he or she have different rights. So the consumer, as part of the consumer right, the person should be able to get the information about what is the quality of the product, what is the potency, what is the quantity, purity, price, and related to all the aspects related to the product, the consumer have the right to get all the information related to that. But in today's world, the major problem is that most of the consumers are not aware about what are the rights the consumers have. And in today's world, there are different forums, different councils, etc., which work to protect the rights of consumers. So if the consumer have any problem related to any product, or if they find that whatever advertisements were made by the organizers is different from what the product the consumer got, they can raise a claim against that kind of advertisement as well as that kind of product also. But in today's world, the problem is that majority of the consumers are not aware about what their rights are, or which is the authority they have to approach to if they have any problem. Majority of the people are not aware about. So now let's see what all are the different rights a consumer have. So these are the basic rights of consumers. The consumer have the right to comfortability, security, and safety. And the consumer have the right to choose the product or service. And the consumer have the right to receive the true information about the product or the service, and right to complain. And moreover that, the consumer has a right to be heard. If the consumer is having any concern, they can file the complaint to the concerned authority, and they should be given the opportunity to be heard. And right to advocacy, protection, and dispute settlement, and right to be informed about the rights of the consumers, rights to be served and treated without a discrimination, and right to seek compensation and redress. So these are the basic rights of the consumers. But the problem here is that the majority of the consumers are not aware about which are the basic rights they have, or if they have any problem, which is the authority they have to approach. So we have a Consumer Protection Act of 1986, which was introduced in the year 1986, and there were different provisions related to the Consumer Protection Act. But still, many people are not aware about what all are the rights they have. So the different provisions of 1986 has been amended, and the Consumer Protection Act, the new Consumer Protection Act of 2019 came into existence in the year 2019. So there are different provisions which has differences when compared to the Consumer Protection Act of 1986 and the Consumer Protection Act of 2019. So the different provisions related to, or the comparative study, what are the differences between both of these acts, will be explained in detail by my co-presenter, Ms. A. Asha. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. From this, we will move on to the provisions, what actually is there on the legal side as to who a consumer is, what actually is the provisions for the consumers and things like that. Right now, presently, we have the Consumer Protection Act 2019. So everybody will think, was it only in 2019 we had this act? No. Even prior, we had in the year 1986 the Consumer Protection Act. And in 2019, what actually happened is the act as such was being repealed. The 1986 Act, which was present, was repealed, and we have the 2019 Act, which came into force. See, the reason why we had this change to be brought into force is because the prior act of 1986 was there. Just like we all have an application in our mobile phone, it is to be the one which is to be updated. We all receive it, asking it that the same app has to be updated. Similarly, we have the act as such to be updated. And right now, we have the Consumer Protection Act of 2019, which is in force. Right now, what you see in screen is the 2019 Consumer Protection Act, which came into force to the right-hand side. And you may think, what is being written just below that Act, 35 of 2019? That indicates in that is the 35th Act, which came into being in the year 2019. So each and every act, whichever be it be X or be it be Y, the name of the act immediately after that, if there is something written in the bracket and it says in the year is also there, it indicates the year in which, as well as the number of act which has come in prior. That is about the Consumer Protection Act. And this Consumer Protection Act of 2019 came into being on the month of August. From 9th of August 2019, we have this act in force. And the reason why this act came into force and what it actually covers, we can see in that it actually makes the consumers understand what actually is a content, design, what we need to do in the construction sector, how we need to finish. Each and every aspect pertaining to a consumer product could be understood from the act. Actually, many of us, which includes me and you, will not be careful of the things which we purchase. This act as such provides in protection for every one of us. Be it be of any class people, be it be of any grade, each and every product which we buy, each and every person who we buy, things are being provided protection. Even if our weight as such differs, we can file in a case under the Consumer Protection Act, saying that, okay, we demanded for this was not provided to us. And what actually needs to be done, even the test, the sampling methods, how things are to be carried out, everything has been clearly defined in this. Provisions are there. How things are to be stored and given to the consumers, that is also there. What we see right now is people as such are least bothered. Suppose if the shopkeeper as such provides us, we are happy with that. We are not looking into it. So we may think that, okay, we need not go behind it. It may we become lethargic. Rather than going in behind and finding out things, we become lethargic. So it's high time that we try to implement things. Though, like all the government sector, we find that we have the legislature, we have the executive, and we have the judiciary. It is high time that the executive start to implement things. That includes not only the executive, it includes we as people also to understand things, understand the laws which are there. See, if you find them each and so like if you take up a cigarette packet as such, it may have in a statutory warning which says in that it's not good for health. That is being provided just because of the presence of this Consumer Protection Act, which says in that people are to be given a marking, a safety warning, which says in that, okay, things are to be properly being carried out. Safety warning has to be there as part of all these products that is being provided. So this is being provided as per the Consumer Protection Act. Then actually, if you see this Consumer Protection Act as such, generally we can say it applies to all the goods, services and all the unfair trade practices. But it has to be ensured it is the one wherein it's not applicable if it is exempted by the central government. Only for those things it is not available. It's not available. or else the same is available to all the products, all this, even the services which is being provided. See, for example, if you go to a hospital and you're not being provided a proper care, you can definitely file a case under the Consumer Protection Act, where you can claim even medical negligence. That provisions is also there. Hardly we do that. It's high time that we try to implement it. If you see, this act doesn't restrict between any of these sectors. It's applicable, be it be a private sector, be it be a cooperative sector, be it be a public sector. Everywhere the same is applicable. And how we can, where we have to approach, it is through the consumer protection councils. From the consumer protection councils, we have to approach it. And how and where we have to approach it, we'll discuss that. We can approach the central government, the central council, the state, as well as we can approach the district levels. And these are considered to be a quasi-judicial, like a quasi means both. It can have in both sectors. That's available under the Consumer Protection Act. And if we see this Consumer Protection Act of 1986 and 2019, things have changed. Things have changed very rapidly. The Consumer Protection Act of 1986, which provides a consumer court. It's a court, it's a tribunal. It's considered to be a parallel court in English, where we say there is a pecuniary jurisdiction, which means according to the monetary value where we can approach. Where we say if it is a one wherein we purchased a product. The product is worth up to say around 10 lakhs. Okay, it's worth around 10 lakhs. And as a result of purchasing that product, we had to suffer a damage. And if we claim that damage is around 75 lakhs, in total it is around 75 plus 10, it is 85 lakhs. So where we have to first approach is to the district council. That includes the value for compensation as well as the value of the product. So to approach in the councils, we have to calculate both the value of the product as well as the value of the compensation. Depending upon that, we fix what the pecuniary jurisdiction is. If that amount is falling only between up to 1 crore, then we have to approach the district council. There are 3 levels. The district council. If the value as such is between 1 crore and 10 crore, then we have to approach the state council. Then finally, if it is above 10 crore, then we have to approach the national. Whereas previously, the pecuniary jurisdiction was less. It was only up to 20 lakhs, 20 to 1 crore, and above 1 crore. That was how we could approach the district, state, and the national forums. And it is on the basis, since we change with the time, that is how the pecuniary jurisdiction has also been amended. And provisions as to e-commerce. E-commerce is right now, it is mostly right now, it is the one which is commonly being used by people. Right now, we are also into an online stream of presentation, wherein we had the IMRF asset having conferences where people used to come in and make it presentation in offline stream. So these e-commerce transactions, which gained relevance right now, that had to be also looked into. And we have the provisions of that to be also included in the 2019 Act. And one major thing which was suggested for the committee to bring in a change was where we can file the case. Wherein it was only possible, according to the 1986 Act, people could file in a case only where the seller's office was located. Suppose if I purchase goods from Mumbai, it was possible for me to file in a case only at a Mumbai jurisdiction. But right now, the 2018 Act has made sure where the complainant resides or wherever the complainant, that is, if myself resides at a particular location set A, then over there it's possible for the person to file a case. That is also possible. And there are also provisions for mediation which is being included rather than going to the case. That provision has been also included. So these things have been made as part of the change which was introduced. And we have a CCPA also to be introduced after the 2019 Act coming into force. And I'll just show in the Consumer Protection Act what all are the pecuniary jurisdiction. This is what is the amount which for each person, if they want to file, they can go in for. It's possible for district CDRC, then state and national. So, I'd like to conclude saying in that this actually is a new act which has brought in a change. It has brought in a change as such, wherein people as such could completely uh, create an awareness. It was possible to create an awareness saying that, okay, it is as such the one which could bring in an awareness for the consumers for where they can approach. Both it be the ones which is in the offline stream or be it be in the online stream. With this, we would like to tell in that awareness among the consumers and implementation of the act has to be in a more manner so that we get to know we are enforcing in all the acts whichever is there. Though I say it is there in namesake, hardly it's being implemented. Awareness has to be improved so that the act which came just a year back is being properly implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, madams. Now we invite Mr. Arjun Putruti, Research Scholar, School of Management Studies, Cochin University of Science and Technology, to kindly present his paper. So kindly, please.
Hello all, I'm Arjun. I'm a research scholar from School of Management Studies, Cochin University of Science and Technology. I would like to present a literature review paper and a new 60 classification for ERP related literature. So to start with, let's look at what enterprise resource planning is all about. In layman terms, enterprise resource planning is a complex software package which covers almost all the functionalities, all the day-to-day functionalities that any organization normally has. This includes the human resource function, the finance function, the sales function, the marketing function, the purchase function, and whatever the normal general function that we associate with an organization. To go to a more formal definition, we can look at a couple of definitions that are coined by Gartner Institute. Enterprise resource planning is defined as the ability to deliver an integrated suite of business applications. ERP tools share a common process and data model covering broad and deep operational end-to-end processes such as those found in finance, HR, distribution, manufacturing, service, and supply chain. ERP applications automate and support a range of administrative and operational business processes across multiple industries, including line of business, customer-facing, administrative, and the asset management aspects of an enterprise. Here, the points that we need to look at are: it is an integrated suite of business applications. It should have a common process and data model. It should share a common process and data model. And it integrates all the common functions that you associate with an organization. Coming to the literature review focus. So we are looking at whether the research interest in ERP area has come down. ERP as a concept has emerged in early 90s. So all the bigger ERP players have started operations in early 90s and some in early 2000s. So it's most of these vendors are matured. So we are looking at if the research interest has gone down in ERP related area. And we are also looking at identifying the journals reputed journals that publish ERP related research. We also want to look at how vast is the subject area of journals publishing ERP research. Whether all come from same subject area or whether these ERP related research are published in journals covering wide subject areas. We also, with the end of this literature review, we also propose a new literature classification from a practitioner standpoint. To ensure that we are looking only at quality journal papers, we are looking at, as a first filter condition, we are looking only at databases which have 30 plus journal papers related to ERP. Again, only those papers, journal papers, which have 25 plus citations are taken into account. So these two are the filter conditions that we have taken to identify quality research papers from reputed journals. And coming to the research interest. So as I said, even though the ERP concept has emerged in late 90s, and all the major ERP vendors, ERP package providers have been established in 90s or early 2000s. The research interest has not gone down. It has been almost constant throughout from the 90s or from the early 2000s. We can only see a small dip in 2019 where for the adequately cited articles in quality database journals. That might be the reason. That might be because these articles are yet to be cited. Yeah, and as I said, we have for this in the first graph that we are looking at right now, we are looking at only those articles which are cited 25 times or above. So those articles which are published in 2019 and 20 may not be yet cited enough. Okay, so that might be the reason why we have seen a dip in 2019. But if you look at the rest of the years, we are seeing a kind of constant interest for researchers in ERP related research. Even if you look at the total articles published, so here we are, even if you remove that high quality journal concept, if you're looking at total papers published, irrespective of the quality, removing the quality constraint, here also we see that the number of articles published are going high, it's never going down. And again in 2019, we see a slightly lower number. Again, the reason might be that the search engines are yet to capture those papers. Coming to the reputed journals, so again, the initial condition, like the journal has to have at least 25 plus citation. The articles should have 25 plus citations. So those articles which have 25 plus citations, and if we check such articles, then we are looking at those journals which have 5 or more such articles meeting this condition. The International Journal of Enterprise Information System and the Industrial Management Data System are the two journals which have 12 such papers related to ERP. The Business Process Management Journal comes next, followed by the International Journal of Production Research and the European Journal of Operational Research. So these provide a good view for the future researchers on the journals that they should look for publishing these articles, their quality articles, their research papers. So these are the reputed journals who frequently publish ERP related literatures. Now, looking at ERP, many researchers and practitioners have made a point that ERP is not an IT subject. It's a multidisciplinary subject. So people who works on the business side, people who work on the operational side, people who work on the finance side, people who work on the HR side, all these kind of people, the people in the top management, all these people are interested in ERP because ERP covers all these areas. So it's cross-functional. If you look at the journals that publish ERP, this is pretty much visible. It's cross-functional. So you have information technology and IS covering almost more than 50%. But again, business management, operational management, and finance also covers a good percentage of journals. Yeah. Now, this having said this, typically the classifications that we find in the literature review journals, they have provided, there are some literature reviews which have provided a classification for literatures, but these tend to be typically related like pre-implementation related studies, the ERP implementation related studies, and the post-implementation related studies. There are also like certain perspective related studies like end user perspective, top management perspective, external perspective, also like the European perspective, the Asian perspective, and like that. But none of these have covered the real multidisciplinary aspect of ERP related research. Keeping that in mind, I have proposed a new classification based on projects, process, performance, people, perspective, and others. So this is a 6P classification that I'm proposing. And if you look at how the existing literature, the reputed literature, which we quality literature, quality journal papers, based on the earlier selection condition which I have mentioned, I can divide these literatures into these 7 categories. We can here this gives a real practitioner a good view on which classification he has to concentrate on. If he is from a project side, he can look at this classification. If he is on the process side, he can look at papers belonging to this classification. And if he is from an HR side, he can look at the people classification. So this is a new proposed model, and this I propose for classifying the ERP related literatures. That's all from my side. Thank you. Have a nice day. Stay home. Keep safe.
Thank you, sir. Now we invite Mr. Akil Ajit, PhD student, Department of Agriculture Extension, College of Horticulture, Kerala Agriculture University, Thrissur, Kerala, India, to kindly present his paper. Sir, please.
A very warm welcome to one and all. Myself, Akil Ajit. I'm currently pursuing my PhD under the Department of Agricultural Extension, College of Horticulture, in Kerala Agriculture University, Thrissur. Now, without wasting any time, let me move on to my paper presentation. We all know that decreasing land and increasing operational cost is one of the major constraints of Indian agriculture. And by decreasing land, I mean the increasing number of small and marginal land holdings. We know that by increasing number of small and marginal land holdings are there, farmers find it very difficult to improve their marketable surplus, and it is said that their operational cost goes to a high. As a solution, there is scientific evidence that farmer collectivization can combat this situation. By pooling their resources and acting as a group, they can reduce their operational cost and improve their marketable surplus. Now, farmer producer companies are one of the youngest and vibrant form of these collectives. We know that we have tried out various institutional forms in the past, like cooperatives, cooperative societies, or SHGs, or like that in agriculture. But farmer producer companies, which came as a result of an amendment made in the Indian Companies Act by the recommendation of Professor Y.K. Alak, is one of the youngest and vibrant form of these collectives. In terms of their process or their organizational structure, we can say that farmer producer companies are an amalgamation of corporate and cooperative organizational structure, where decision making follows a cooperative mechanism, but the outlook is of a business. We know that over the past 70 years, Indian agriculture has transformed from a traditional approach to something known as agribusiness, where agriculture is no longer considered as an activity, but as a business. The new agricultural policies put forth by the government in 2020 also improves the competition level in agriculture. And it is said that farmers' collectives will gain more than an individual farmer in the coming era. These farmer collectives provide a comprehensive set of services ranging from financial to extension and provide a business outlook to farmers. But post 2013, even though the number of farmer producer companies have increased to a certain level, the impact from these type of companies are less, or it is a moderate impact we are seeing. This may be due to the fact that farmers lack understanding about the potential of the farmer-producer companies, or how they can operate these companies to achieve more income, or how they can operate these companies to augment their livelihood as well as socio-economic status. This is why I chose the topic, role of farmer-producer companies in Idiki and the perception of shareholders. Here, I would like to discuss how farmers perceive these companies and what are the perception about the role of these companies in their socio-economic augmentation. In this research study, I selected Idiki district from Kerala state for my study. The 13 farmer-producer companies of Idiki district, the functioning 13 farmer-producer companies of Idiki district, were selected exhaustively. From these 13 farmer-producer companies, 120 members were selected by means of proportionate random sampling. Why did I use proportionate random sampling? It is because that we know that the number of members in each companies will vary. So to get a 120 respondent size, I used proportionate random sampling to select a set of respondents from each companies. And after selecting these respondents, focus group discussions were conducted with the members of each farmer-producer companies, and then each member was interviewed for their opinions using an open-end questionnaire. As you can see, the number of respondents varies from each companies. This is because in Idiki Spices Private Limited, Producer Company Limited, the number of members are high. So the proportion of members or proportion of respondents from that company will also be higher. Likewise, I have selected the respondents here and achieved a total sample size of 120. Now, for understanding the role perception of these farmer-producer companies as perceived by these members or shareholders, I used a scale developed by Sayoj in 2012 in analyzing the performance analysis of self-help groups under VFPCK Kerala and modified it with the help of literature. Here, the role perception as a variable is operationally defined as a perception of farmers or shareholders about the role of farmer-producer companies. What we were trying to achieve is to understand or identify the most important role as perceived by a member. The 5 roles were assigned with the help of literature and arranged in a 5-point continuum with minimum score of 1 and maximum score of 5. The 5 roles that we identified were facilitate development of member farmers, increase the cultivation of particular crop, identify needs of farmers and conduct trainings or exposure visits, disbursement of services to farmers, creation of more employment among farmers. After scoring through a questionnaire, we tried to find out the index of each role using the formula total score by maximum score into 100. Now coming to the results and discussions. As you can see, the general role, facilitate development of member farmers, is ranked higher. This general role was actually put forth in the roles section because to help the farmer identify the difference between a general role and specific roles like increase the cultivation of a particular crop, identify needs of farmers and conduct trainings, exposure visits, etc. But fortunately or unfortunately, the higher index was ranked for the general role known as a facilitate development of member farmers. The second highest score went to the disbursement of services to the farmers. And the third most ranking third most index came to the increase the cultivation of particular crop, and followed by identified needs of farmers and conduct trainings and exposure visits. Then the farmers found out that creation of more employment among farmers, or the farmers perceived that creation of more employment among the farmers is the least perceived role. Now let us understand what are the reasons for this. If you look at that, role 1 and 4, that is facilitation of development of member farmers and disbursement of services, were selected because there is a social need for these farmers that their living conditions must be improved compared to other people who are following other sector jobs. And they need these set of services to perform better in their particular profession. But they chose to increase the production of a particular crop or cultivation of a particular crop as the third one because they feel that once the services are provided, the cultivation will increase on its own. And they feel that they are receiving already enough trainings and they do not need much trainings, but they need services so that they can better their cultivation. Now, coming to the reason that why these farmers chose role 5 as the least important one, because they consider that their farming is their sole profession and they do not need much more employment opportunities in other areas or like that. But what this implicates is that these farmers perceive that farmer producer companies play a general role like cooperatives used to play, and they are here for augmenting their livelihood status. But the truth is that these are not general. Farmer producer companies do not play a general role. They do understand that they are much better than previous versions of collectivizations, but they have a lack of awareness on the organizational setup of farmer producer companies. This is why they have chosen facilitating the development of member farmers as the most important role. Now, we do understand that provision of services will not alone improve production. But farmers perceive that while they get services, that will improve production. But necessary trainings and other exposure visits are important because that will widen their knowledge on production techniques and innovativeness. But farmers perceive that the trainings are not that necessary while compared to disbursement of services. This is a lacuna. As I said, trainings are necessary to identify needs and lacuna of members, but they do not agree to that. We know that we are standing in an era of agribusiness, and farming is not a sole profession. A farmer in this era is warranted or called for to play various kinds of roles like agripreneur, innovator, investor, contractor, etc. But farmers lack this understanding, and this indeed will not help them in gaining an importance in this era. So, concluding, we know that farm bills will increase competitiveness, and as farmers or individual farmers, a solid collectivizational organizational setup is required to obtain maximum from this coming competition. And these farmer producer companies fits right into this agribusiness era where a huge potential is there for fighting back and getting more income on their own. Now, the basic problem that we found is that they perceive that farm producer companies will receive a general role or play a general role, and these members lack the understanding on the functioning aspects of these companies. So that needs a sensitization, and their role perception indeed needs a sensitization. This, by policy making, we can widen the functions of farmer producer companies, and we know that social entrepreneurship aspect is there for agriculture, where the social commitment is food production, and the income aspect of or income security of farmers is also to be considered. So inculcating that social entrepreneurship aspect in agriculture or in farmer producer companies is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we invite Sister Molly U. Mundadeen, PhD Scholar, Department of Psychology, University of Santo Tomas, Philippines, to kindly present her paper. Sister, please.
Hearty welcome to everyone. Honorable Chairperson of the session, learned delegates, my fellow participants and friends. I'm Sister Molly Mundadan, Research Scholar, University of Santo Tomas, Manila, Philippines. This is a paper prepared under the guidance and supervision of Dr. Joy Tungal, Associate Professor and Clinical Psychologist, University of Santo Tomas, Manila. The title of my paper is An Intervention Among Young Widows with Acceptance Logotherapeutic Program Model in Kerala State, India. If her husband dies, no woman should lose her status, life, or wealth. But millions of widows in our world face chronic violence, sexism, disinheritance, and destitution. Widows are facing multiple and overlapping challenges in the society. Widowhood is related with a large number of unfavorable physical and mental health results, including depression, high rate of morbidity and mortality, especially in the first year after the death of a spouse. Substantiating to these findings, Littlewood observed the experience of widows like feelings of helplessness, isolation, lack of capacity to initiate meaningful interactions with others, and lack of a basic feeling of trust in the world. Widows with a deprived life facing many abuses at home and society, such as beatings and insults, that leads to emotional disturbances, imbalances, mental agony, and psychological problems. As a result, these factors, grief becomes a constant companion in the life of widows. Grief is a normal human reaction to the death of a loved one. But the death of a loved one sometimes interrupts the life and routines of a family unit. Researchers have found the symptoms of prolonged grief is associated with environment of the bereaved person's familial, social, and occupational functioning. In this overwhelming and devastating flight, the widows constantly think about their deceased husbands, and they cultivate a persistent and pervasive yearning for the deceased partner. This leads many widows to remain in a continuous state of perceived grief, in hopelessness, purposelessness, and meaninglessness. Many of them do not commit suicide just because of their children. At this juncture, the researcher would therefore want to assist the young widows living with prolonged grief to reframe their negative thoughts about their loss with a positive thought pattern, which will allow them to enhance meaning in life and help them confront their life with a purpose. To this end, the researcher will develop Acceptance Logotherapeutic Intervention Program, ALIP, an intervention based on the theoretical framework of dual process model, meaning management theory, and acceptance commitment therapy model. This is the conceptual framework of the program. The researcher will make use of mixed method research design, namely sequential exploratory design for program development and efficacy testing. Mixed method research design focuses on collecting, analyzing, and mixing both qualitative and quantitative data in a single study or multiple phases of study. Research setting. The research will be conducted in the state of Kerala in selected specific locations under Catholic Diocese of Kerala. The research will be conducted among the young widows in Kerala, India, under the age of 40. The participants will be selected through convenience sampling from Kerala Social Service Forum, KSSF, a registered organization under the Catholic Church for widows. The entire data collected will be subjected to analysis using appropriate non-parametric and parametric statistical tools, depending on the nature and extent of data generated. Since the experimental design consists of two identical and comparable small samples. Chi-square test will be used as the frequency continuing will be possible with its percentage. This intervention of Alif among the young widows in Kerala state, India, is expected to result in a useful and meaningful tool to combat the mental shock and permanent grief, agony, and result social withdrawal of young widows in their cheerful and vibrant stage of life due to the sudden departure of their spouses, leaving them to destiny. When this is found to be useful after the intervention, the results will be scaled up and scaled out to a small, all similar locations in the cultural settings of similarity. This investigation with an experimental research design using two similar groups of young widows below the age of 40 will shed light into the possibilities of reducing prolonged grief of young widows and enhancing meaning in their life. Besides, they will strengthening to take up their social obligations and responsibilities. The study also envisages to enliven the hopes of who lost all their dreams of colorful and fragrant future in their very dynamic and vibrant stage of life itself due to the sudden departure of their partners. The prevailing cultural setting normally intensifies sorrows and agony, leaving them as unfortunate victims of fate. Psychological science has promoted several techniques to help the people reduce their prolonged grief and meaning in life. Thus, this experimental research aims to prove the study effective in the traditional settings of Kerala state, India. When it is proved to be really supportive and meaningful, the findings of this study is expected to be scaled up to wider social scenario in this region and scaled out to the other regions of similar cultural settings. It is hoped that this might lead to frame policies and programs at a large scale for the meaningful rehabilitation of young widows who are usually thrown to the fate of destiny in the current prevailing patriarchal cultural in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Now we invite Dr. S. Nagaseshamma, Assistant Professor, Government Law College, Kolar, Karnataka, India, to kindly present her paper. Madam, please.
Good afternoon to everybody. A respected chairperson of Red Talks and other dignitaries and the co-participants. I want to share my views with regard to the human rights of the accused persons. See, first of all, why we need this one? See, even every person is having a rights who can be enjoyed being as a human person by birth, by virtue of his birth, he can be enjoy the human rights. First of all, we should know about who is the accused person, what is his rights. See, administration of criminal justice, which is concerned with the crime, which means an act deemed by law to be harmful to the society in the general, even though its immediate victims happen to be the individuals. So immediately the victim will be suffer, but at the same time, the person who commits crime, they are prosecuted by the state, so that if they are found guilty and convicted by the court, they may be punished according to the law of the state. As every administration of criminal justice is a trial which is conducted, which revolves around the accused. An important question is that she may be asked to who can be called as an accused. So what you can say that now we should see who is the accused person first. So the term accused is now here defined in the criminal procedure code. So what you can say that here the word accused connotes a person charged with offense when used in the terms of noun. It is connotes as a defendants in a trial. Accused is used in a CRPC, that is called as a criminal procedure code or a code of criminal procedure, means accused person or a person who is accused of any offense. So the person who did an offense is called as a accused person. In every administration of criminal justice, so it will be the trial revolves around the accused person. So what is the procedure which they go means? First they will be arrest. What do you mean by arrest? Arrest means restraining the liberty of a man's person in order to compel obedience to the order of the court of justice. Here, if he done any offense, he will be arrested and he has to obey the order of the court of justice. To ensure a person charged suspended for the crime may be forthcoming to the answer. The arrest person is to restrain him of his liberty by some lawful authority. He's called, so that will be called as arrest. So it is deprive the person of his liberty by legal authority, taking under the real or assumed authority custody of another for the purpose of holding or detaining him to answer the criminal charge. Once if it's a charge arrest means the person, he will be restrained his liberty. So this is with regard to the accused person and the arrest. Now we'll go for the what are the rights they are having. So the accused person's rights is a right to a fair trial. So what you can say that here the person is arrested if he has not the trial properly, it will be a injustice for those person and you are violating the human rights. So get the bail. So some of this, what you can say that here the offences are the bailable offences. So let him get the bail for that, and he can hire the criminal lawyers, and he is having a free of legal aid in the India. And there are certain fundamental rights of an accused person under the Constitution of India also. The rights are given to all irrespective of the fact that the person is accused of a crime. So now we'll see the statistics of according to the National Crime Report Bureau. So these statistics I collected for the year of 2019. So if you see this statistics, Rajasthan reported highest number of rapes among the Indian states. So it is a highest rate, so the cases are reported. And now the total rape cases registered 2019 is 33. Adult is 2793. Minors below 18 years for 4940. Totally, so what you can say the statistics show that here the crime rate is enhanced to 4.3%, 4.9% we can say. So now this is the statistics which I have given by the NCRT, that is so now it is a 1.6 more than the 57 lakhs of crimes is committed in India, and it will be against the woman, and theft is increased, and 89,000 crimes against the woman is happened, and 6,25,000 crimes in the last year. 32 murders has happened in the last year also, and 2019 to 16 highest number of crimes is committed. So the 1640,000, 1933 crimes reduced actually, but murders has happened more, rape cases are more it will be, and moreover now 2018 we can say that the acid attacks are more. So offenses against the children are also more is happening. So already I told what is meant by arrest according to section 22 class 2, and what are the rights means here they should not delay their investigation, and if they can able to get the bail, so you can get the bail from the High Court, and they should be named in the FIR also. It is a thing which you have to remember, they have to go for the speedy trial also. So the right to speedy justice also. So first of all, we'll go for the international parameters. So what is the rights they are having means here so what you can say that here the right to life, liberty and security of a person, protection against torture and other forms of the cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment and the punishment. So protection against the arbitrary arrest and the detention, these things which will be happen to them even in judicial custody and in the police custody. And Universal Declaration of Human Rights in the year of 1948, it has been recognized the certain basic rights to human beings. so of an individual, including the accused. Means accused person is no exception for that. The Indian Constitution, in a tune of international endeavors, provided for the basic principles of the criminal justice system also. So what you can say, Indian Constitution, which has even though it has enforced from the 1950 January 26, but they are keeping all the constitution makers, they kept all the things which are there in the Universal Declaration also in their mind. They have framed like that. So the presumption of innocence, prevention of ex post facto operation of a criminal law, all these things which I have mentioned. So the due process beside the constitutional code of procedure code is there. That is the thing which I have to remember. And then, so what you can say, so directly I'll come to these constitution provisions and the things. So the legislative measures on Indian judicial activism. So if you go to the constitutional activism, you can see that here so Article 20, Article 21 and Article 22, so which says with regard to the these things, coming to the Article 20, what you can say, that rights against the conviction and enhanced punishment under the right under the ex post facto law, Article 20 class 1, and right of the protection against the double jeopardy, that is the Article 20 class 2, right against the right to self incrimination, Article 20 class 3, a right of privacy, Article 20 class 3, and Article 21 also. So the Article 21, which says with regard the personal liberty of the person, if you go for the from the A.K. Gopalans to Menaka Gandhi, what they have given that here how the persons should be treated, so with a human dignity. So it is not an animal existence. Even the arrest person also to treat as a with the humanity and human dignity should be maintained. And then if you go for the section Article 22 class 1 and 2, right against the unlawful arrest, and right to consult the defendant of the lawyer of his own choice, and he can choose his own lawyer. A right of production before the magistrate within the 24 hours, Article 22 1 and class 2, that is the writ of habeas corpus. If any person is arrested, he has to be present before the magistrate within 24 hours, which is not happening because the police people tell we have to frame the charge sheet, we have to do something like that, but it is not happening practically in the India. So in case, what you can say, if you go for the investigation, we should not delay the investigation. So if we delay the investigation, it will take so much of time for them, and accused has to be suffer like anything, and you are violating the human rights of the accused. Denial of benefit of an exception, illegal detention, information of right of the bail under the section 50 of the CRPC, inordinate delay in the violations of Article 21 of the Constitution. That is very important. So now we'll go for that here. The newly added Director Principles of, already Director Principles of State Policy is there, but it is a 13A which has given that legal assistance. If anybody unable to, what you can say, maintain his case, and he is unable to hire the advocate, in those circumstances, they can so take the legal assistance. Separate legal aid are there. So it will be there in the every district or legal services authority is there. So they will help like that. They can appoint any advocate on behalf of the accused also. So which has mentioned the Hidayat Hussain Khan versus State of UP also. And then monetary compensation, exemplary cost in which he was arrested. In case if he is arrested, so what you can say that illegally, mischieviously. So if we without any without any crime done, so the offense is done, in those circumstances, they have to get the compensation and exemplary cost has to be paid. So already I told FIR they should be named, and they have to give the protection, arrest and the detention in certain cases also. So the right of accused person is very important. That the speedy trial is very important. Otherwise, sometimes so their punishment in the judicial custody is more than their conviction. So sometimes they convict for 4 years. So the judicial custody they will stay more than 5 years. 5 years. So that should not be happened. That is why speedy trial should be given to the persons. So now the courts of law of the justice, it is a duty of every citizen, including especially for the police people and the court. So what they have to do means here the purpose of the law is justice only. So why you are arresting, why you are giving punishment to create the fear in the minds of the people and to prevent the others to do the same offense, and should not violate the rights of the other human beings. So that is why it has been universally accepted as a human value that the person accused of any person, so the offense should not be punished unless he has been given the fair trial. If he has given the fair trial and he has to go for the, if He has proved the guilty in the trial only, he will be punished, otherwise he cannot be. So our courts which has recognized that primary object of the criminal procedure to ensure the fair trial to the accused person. So if someone is not properly defended by himself or by herself, whatever it may be, so the punishment should be, what you can say, it will be the punishment will be injustice for them. That is why I told you with regard to legal assistant, we had to appoint a legal assistant and aid we have to give to the persons. So it is familiar finding of sociological inquiries that the actual behavior of the working within the system are determined less by the demands of their roles and the relationship with other people. So the light of practice, arresting the accused before the first court appearance, the physical condition of the police lockup of the interest. So the time spent in the custody before the first court appearance is almost a critical period. The accused often does not know about the legal aid to become the suspect. Improper police practice more likely to. So that's why you can say that here the police practice is very bad, and moreover the person who is being the inside. So if the society will give the treatment, it will not give the good treatment for them also. They'll think, you did offense, let me see, like that. So you will be come down. That is why before going to arrest also, the persons should whether they really they are involved in the offense. And if you're going for the trial also, it should be fair trial should be there. At the same time, what you can say that here if they are in judicial custody or in a police custody, we have to treat them with a human dignity only. So we should not be give any inhuman, cruel and degrading treatment for those people. And even if they are done some mistake, or if they are not innocent people, so they should not suffer like that. That is why we have to maintain the human dignity for all the accused, and we have to protect the human rights for all the accused person. Thank you, one and all.
Red Talks acknowledges and thanks all the speakers and the chairpersons and congratulate all the delegates who have presented their papers. Now we request Dr. Suresh Frederick, Bishop Heber College, Trichy, to kindly receive the invited talk certificate. Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. Anakon Toprayon, the Association of Researchers of Thailand, to kindly receive the invited talk certificate. Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. Payal Chandal, Central University of Haryana, to kindly receive the invited talk certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. Vivekananda Chakrabarti, Midnapur Town School, Heritage, Kolkata, to kindly receive the invited talk certificate. Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. Vivekananda Chakrabarti, Midnapur Town School, Heritage, Kolkata, to kindly receive the chairperson certificate. Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. Jisab A. Prabha, Krishi Vignana Kendram, Kottayam, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. Shweta Mishra, Banastali Vidyapith, Rajasthan, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. Akila Varyar, Reva University, Bangalore, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. Abhisharika Prajapati, Reva University, Bangalore, to kindly receive this presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Mr. Arjun Putruti, Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kochi, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, sir. Now we request Ms. Tirija Samson, Acharya Nagarjuna University, Guntur, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. Gurmeet Sodhi, JIMS, New Delhi, to receive the listeners participant certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. Madhumita Basu, Victoria Institution College, Kolkata, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. Anjana Mohan, College of Corporation, Banking and Management, Thrissur, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. Sauparnika S.B., College of Corporation, Banking and Management, Thrissur, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. Krishnasri S., College of Corporation, Banking and Management, Thrissur, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. Prasanna Josephine R., Government College for Women, Guntur, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. Pinky Sogol Sen, Don Bosco College, Kohima, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. Aishwarya Murali, SCMS School of Technology and Management, Aluva, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. A. Arsha, SCMS School of Technology and Management, Aluva, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. Anne Rose Davis, Christ University, Bengaluru, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Mr. Akil Ajit, College of Horticulture, Thrissur, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. Sulaja O.R., College of Horticulture, Kerala, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. Mekala Rajan, Madras Christian College, Chennai, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Ms. Ambika Jamwal, University of Jammu, Jammu and Kashmir, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam. Now we request Dr. M.D. Saidul Islam, B.S. Abdur Rahman Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, sir. Now we request Sister Molly U. Mundeden, University of Santo Tomas, Philippines, to kindly receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, sister. Now we request Dr. S. Nagaseshama, Government Law College, Kolar, to receive the presentation certificate. Thank you, madam.